Hey folks, welcome to the show. We are live, coming to you live. Make sure I'm live here. I see the red button that says live. I think old single dad pushed all the right buttons, but I'll never know until one of y'all fine folks out there leaves me a comment. Alright, let's see who I got in the chat. Jacksonville, Coral Sea, the Beach of Life. Checking in from Behold. Maybe those were earlier messages, but I think that I did push all the right buttons because I'm looking at my other screen here. Skip the ad. Do I see myself? Yeah, I see myself. Got 8 folks watching right now according to this. So if somebody will let me know, how is the video, how is the audio? Now this is just the view of me, but if you're tuning in, we're standing by for the moon to rise, and we're going to see a total lunar eclipse with, it's the blood moon. And that's what I'm going to talk about. Hey, Doc M checking in from Dubai, reporting all calm for now. Okay, glad to hear everything's okay over there in Dubai, my friend. And feel free to give us a full update if you don't mind. What's going on? Had anything go on today, yesterday, last night? Everybody's curious. Got Tennessee checking in, Maryland. Okay, video is clear and audio is good and clear. Thank you very much. Benito checking in from Texas. Alright, y'all just let me know if I need to adjust, because I got the microphone just sitting right here because I'm not wearing a shirt. Hey Steven, how you doing, my friend? And the reason I'm not wearing a shirt is because it's hot. I've been bragging about this beautiful San Diego type weather. Now folks, I'm in the Philippines. If you're just joining me, well, the title says IRL, in real life, here in the Philippines. I've been bragging about what cool weather we've been having, and it's still cool, but in the middle of the day it's done got hot over the past week, and I think it's hotter today than it was yesterday. But that's my luck. That's Murphy's Law. I'm gonna sit outside, get my equipment set up, and it just turned to be a warm day. But I'm okay. I'm over here in the shade, got my shirt off. We're gonna watch the sun go down sort of over in this direction. As you can see, the sun is right in my eyes right there. And then the moon is gonna come up over my neighbor's roof. But I sat here last night and checked the timing, and we're good to go. I think that it'll already be like a partial eclipse when it comes up. I think that's what they said. And let's see, let me just give you a view. Now that's not exactly looking in the direction of where the moon's gonna come up, but I just thought I would show you some beautiful tops of them beautiful palm trees. There are a few clouds in the sky, but they're very few and far between. So I'm expecting a good show. Last night it was just absolutely gorgeous, and I was just sitting back watching it. I was like smoking a cigar, just enjoying life, and I actually recorded about an hour's worth of footage to see if anything different would happen. 24 hours prior, I didn't see anything different, so I cut all that footage out and just put that trailer so you guys would know what's going on. Alright, so let me get back to your comments. Benito checking in from Texas. Jacob checking in from Dallas. Dog Panda reporting good video and audio. Thank you very much. And let's see, Pat's Fan, Chill Vids. Nick M, how are you? Chill Vids wants to know, did a dog eat my hat? Okay, looks like I'm seeing something over there. Boom! Maryland off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much. I enjoy your content. Keep up the good work. Boom! Now watch this. Watch that thing fly in there, do them gymnastics. Like does a front flip And I set it to where it stays, that thing's supposed to stay for 30 seconds because it wasn't staying there long enough. And I think I took out where it's like cut out because it was a little difficult to read. But man, from where I'm sitting, that looks pretty good on the screen. Oh yeah, that thing flew in there like a champion. It's supposed to stay for like 30 seconds and then do a backflip out of there. Man, that's like magic to an old redneck like me. Has it been 30 seconds? Because I wanted it to exit on its own. Maybe I pushed the wrong button and I got to figure out how to get the thing to go on about its business. Didn't work out exactly as I was expecting. I was not expecting this. I'm shocked that that thing hasn't done a backflip and went back into the mix. Okay, let me go back and keep an eye on that. Because to be honest with you, I'm not sure how to get that thing to go off the screen. We'll give it a minute. Maybe I hit 1 minute and 30 seconds. Let's see, it's starting now in Washington State. Peaks at 03, the blood moon. All right, thank you very much for that report, Pat's fan. Clarity Analytics, thanks for checking in. We got Montana in the house. Rokon. Let's see, Steven said he hurt his eyes looking at an eclipse years ago, had to have surgery. Now, please clarify, brother, that was a solar eclipse, right? Eyes are okay now. Because everything I've read, and according to NASA, you don't have to have any special glasses to view the blood moon or the lunar eclipse. That's just for the solar eclipse. That's what I've read, but I want to make sure I'm not putting out any bad information. Got Kentucky on station. Carla says I'm looking fantastic. Thank you very much, Carla. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I got to figure out, I don't know how to make this thing. Let's see, hold on a second. I got technical difficulties here. If I X out of that. Okay, so I hit the X. But it's supposed to do some gymnastics on the way out of there automatically. So everybody just hold on what you got. I got to go in here and check to see what's going on with that. Okay, hold on just a second. I gotta find my old man glasses. And trust me, we got plenty of time for that moon's coming up. See, I didn't click automatically hide. I put it to 30 seconds. I did not check the box that says automatically hide. Damn. Oh, Steven Spielberg. All right, so back to your comments here. Okay, so Steven is reporting that it was the solar eclipse that you're not supposed to look at, but the lunar eclipse, man, folks, feel free to double check. But everything I read, it's okay to look at the lunar eclipse, the blood moon, without any special equipment. And I think NASA even said get you some binoculars. But you know what? That's okay, because I got a couple articles here I'm going to read because we got plenty of time. But I tell you, when you try to set up a live stream like this, at least for me, it is so many things can go wrong. Little things like one checkbox, one cable being plugged in the wrong place, and the whole thing is screwed up. I set things up a couple hours ago, but you're constantly making adjustments till the last minute. I mean, till the last minute that I hit go live, I'm fixing things. So, okay, Dog Panda says it did do a backflip out of there. All right, so my gymnastics on the comments is working, and I think now it will return on its own. Let's see, go well, go shell. How are you? Let's see, looking over here. Looks like we got 49 folks according to what I'm looking at over there on the YouTube. So let me pull up some facts. Let's start talking about the blood moon. And I'll start out with, let me show you some more movie magic here. Alright, so I got myself. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to try to figure this out. I'm going to try to put this up on the screen. The press release from Pagasa. Let's see. Oh, nope. That's the trees. Okay, boom. There's the press release. And then boom. There's old single dad. I think I'm on there. Hold on. I should be up in the corner somewhere. Y'all see me in the corner? I'm not seeing my. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, it's because I'm looking at the wrong darn screen. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Oh, what we got? Yeah, I'm up there. There I am. Okay. So there you go. There's the press release right there. I got to put my old man glasses on to read that. March 3rd, the moon will be totally eclipsed in Manila and other parts of the PI for about 59 minutes and 24 seconds. This total lunar eclipse will be completely visible over Eastern Asia, Australia, the Central Pacific, and most of the Americas. Let's see, the maximum eclipse at 7:34 p.m. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. So the moon will rise at 5:58 p.m. already partially eclipsed. So by the time it pops up over my neighbor's roof, it should already be partially eclipsed. Let's see. And the phenomenon is known as the blood moon, as it appears red during the eclipse due to the way Earth's atmosphere filters and scatters sunlight. Okay, all right, so there you go. That's straight out of the government website right there. So now I'm back. Let me put your comments back up on the screen. Okay. All right, y'all know how many cables I had to plug in and buttons to push just to get to put that on the screen. And then I went to NASA, and it's got some stuff about the moon and eclipses. And I won't read all of it, but it does have a section about the blood moon and how it works. Okay, so Ty says I did put myself up in the corner. All right. Do I know if the girls know about the blood moon? Excuse to have a party and cook some food. I don't think Big Pumpkin knew anything about it. I wasn't paying attention myself. I mean, I sit out here all the time. I'm observing the moon and the sunset pretty much on a nightly basis. But I wasn't paying attention. I don't even know. I guess an article popped up. And I said, okay. So last night I went and I made sure that I knew exactly where the moon was going to be. Made sure I can get the right angle on the dangle. And I said, oh yeah, I'm going to live stream it. So that's why we're here. And you know, Big Pumpkin and the kids are going to come out here and sit and watch it. And we just got a beautiful view with a beautiful breeze. But it was a hot one today. It was a hot one getting all this stuff set up here, putting everything together. But now I'm cool as a cucumber. Okay, the Mighty P-Man says, do Filipinos got any superstition about the moon? Man, they got so many superstitions. But I will have to ask Big Pumpkin specifically about the moon and about this blood moon. I don't know if she's ever paid attention or watched it before. I think the next full lunar eclipse is in like 3 years. So that's what makes this one special, right? If that's correct. I think it's 3 years from now. Matter of fact, I do believe it's on New Year's Eve, like 3 years from now. Somebody can correct me on that, or I can look at NASA here. Hey BK, Belgian carnivore, how are you? But I said that makes it even more special is that it's not going to happen for another 3 years. Hell, I might not be around in 3 years. You never know. I plan on living to being 107, but plans never survive first contact. So that's why I was like, yeah, let me set everything up and see how this goes. Now there's supposed to be a partial, I guess you got some partial lunar eclipses, or 1 or 2, what have you, but okay, so Pat's fan says yes in 2028. So it'll be a while for another one comes around. But I did watch it last night, exactly 24 hours prior to the time they say you're going to see it here. We are going to see it here. I didn't see nothing special. I thought I might have saw a little bit, you know, jumping the gun. It just looked like the moon. Yeah, Big Pumpkin always trying to tie me up. Old girl. She's in there watching the children. They're just going to hang out for a little bit. And I told them come on out about 6 o'clock. So let me go to NASA here. I'm going to read from NASA. Let me just do a function check. Let me check my my camera here that's going to be filming the moon. I think I have all the settings optimized, ready for this thing to film the moon. Right now you can see the cool breeze blowing through the tops of those palm trees over there. A few clouds off to the distance, but I think we're in for some just wonderful conditions here to watch the blood moon. Alright, so let's go to NASA. Let's see, I should be up there in the box. How does it work? I don't know. You know, I'm not an astronomer, an astrologist. I don't work for NASA. I just pretend that I do here on YouTube. I just play one on TV. So the same thing that makes our sky blue and our sunsets red causes the moon to turn reddish orange during a lunar eclipse. Sunlight appears white, but it actually contains a rainbow of components, and different colors of light have different physical properties. Blue light scatters relatively easily as it passes through Earth's atmosphere. Reddish light, on the other hand, travels more directly through the air. Things that just make you go, the mysteries of the universe. Let's see. When the sun is high on a clear day, we see blue light scattered throughout the sky overhead. At sunrise and sunset, when the sun is near the horizon, incoming sunlight travels a longer, low-angle path through Earth's atmosphere to observers on the ground. Okay, so the sun is like right there. Now, I'm not going to point my camera directly at the sun. Not real good for the sensor. But maybe I can move it over there when it goes down, and the whole sky over there just lights up orange. It's maybe like 1/4 of the sunset down at the beach house, down at the bait shack. Looking over that water, I mean, just the whole area lights up orange down there at the bait shack. It's absolutely beautiful. Hey, Biggie support group, hope you're doing well. Thank you for checking in. Let's see, where was I at? I can't remember where I was at. The bluer part of the sunlight scatters away in the distance where it's still daytime, and only the yellow-red part of the spectrum reaches our eyes. Man, learn something new every day. During a lunar eclipse, the moon appears red or orange because any sunlight that's not blocked by our planet is filtered through a thick slice of Earth's atmosphere on its way to the lunar surface. I don't know about y'all, but I'm already confused. Thank you very much, Mustard Duck, thank you very much. This hat has been an absolute champion. It's been an absolute champion. Shout out to my friend in Australia. He gave me this hat and one more hat. And folks, that's back when I was drinking and they got dropped off, I think at my buddy's place. I can't remember. But this hat is it's cotton. It's linen. I think it's linen, but it's cotton. And you talk about keeping your head cool for like an everyday driver. This hat has just been a champion. The kids have used it. It looks like it was mauled by a dog, but pretty much it's due to Filipinos being rough on your equipment. But it just won't quit. I mean, you can crush the thing, it pops right back into place. I love this hat as a everyday keep my head cool type hat. And the other thing is my boonie hat has been covering up the camcorder all day to keep it from melting. But yeah, I love this. Shout out to my buddy who left this in Angeles City. Again, I used to be a pretty hard drinker and partier. I don't even know who to thank. I know that's horrible, but man, this thing is a champion. Okay, Todd Evans saying, just filmed on the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia, and has full moon plus red around like half another moon. Would not have seen it unless I was watching you. All right, cool. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. You know, little things like this. I don't stay like really close in tune with the news. I brush over things. A lot of stuff that I find out about, I find out from you fine folks out there through comments or, you know, emails coming my way, what have you. And then I'm like, I had no idea. I go research it. I usually find out from y'all before I find out through the news. Eddie, I'm doing well. Hope you're doing good wherever you're at on this beautiful planet we call the Earth. Yeah, the article I was reading yesterday was talking about some superstitions. And let's see, let's go back. I don't think it's not on this NASA site, but it was talking about how some of the ancients viewed the moon as like being attacked by a jaguar or something. So there's so many superstitions. I should have done more research about what folks here in the Philippines think about it, and we'll ask Big Pumpkin when she comes out here. Let's see, let me check my son. Still doing good on time. And again, there's a couple clouds. Hopefully they'll move out of the way. Hopefully they'll move out of the way by the time the moon comes up. But man, once that sun goes down, gets behind a cloud, it's so nice here. Like San Diego, Ohio, on station. Let's see, Steven says his girl has a big fear of dolls. Had to get rid of about 10 antique dolls that belong to my mom. Also like to decorate for Halloween, and now that's a no-no. They're superstitious, man. They don't like big houses. They especially don't like being in big houses by themselves. Anytime we pull up to a big house, Fatima's like, oh, there's got to be a ghost in there. There's got to be a ghost. You think you have heard all the superstitions here, and every day you'll hear something new. At least once a week. Maybe not every day, but once a week you hear something new. And the thing about it is they truly believe it. They truly believe it's... I tell the story many times, but down in her hometown, one of the resorts we were going to stay at, somewhere in the area, I don't even remember what resort it was. And Fatima said, oh no, we can't stay there. I said, why? And she said, because they got an Aswang there. I said, they do? How do you know that? Oh, Ate Mama said there's a Aswang there. We can't stay there. All right, I'll bite. How does Ate Mama know there's an Aswang there? She's never stayed there. Oh, Ate Mama said that's all she needed. All she needed, verification, was for Ate Mama to say, don't stay there, to get an Aswang. All right. Okay, Eddie, have a good night, man. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. We'll see you on the next one. Let's see, Toriano TV checking in from San Francisco, California. And the Big Banana. Big Banana checking in. Yeah, folks, so if you're just joining this stream, I'm going to be filming the total lunar eclipse and the blood moon, as they call it. And I think it's supposed to be.
You're wrong. I said ghost, not aswang.
Baby, can you see that I'm trying to conduct an award-winning travel show here and talk about? I stand corrected. Big Pumpkin said it was not an aswang; it was a ghost. That's why we couldn't stay at this particular resort, because Ati Mamai said there is a ghost at the resort. Even though Ati Mamai has never stayed at the resort, I have no idea how she knows, but because she told her that, that girl would not and will not ever stay at that particular place. That's the power of the beliefs here. And I'm not casting stones or making fun of them. I'm from the country, and you know, if the old folks said this, everybody believed it. I come from the same culture. Well, the old folks said you can't do this or you have to do this. I get it. It's just a different set of superstitions. Let's see, go to bed with your hair wet and you'll go blind. Man, there's just so many here. But we'll ask her when she's watching that moon. Maybe I'll get her to call Grandma. Matter of fact, Big Pumpkin, if you're watching, call Grandma and make sure Grandma and everybody in the village are outside at 7 o'clock watching the moon, because they probably don't know. Hold on a second. Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin.
Yes.
Baby, make sure you contact Grandma, Tai in the village. Let them know to be outside on station 6 p.m. ready to watch the blood moon. And also find out if there's any superstitions going down tonight.
Okay.
Oh, so the one I read yesterday, it was talking about something about the Farmer's Almanac. It had something. It was called the Worm Moon, and it had something to do, since it's in March, with the planting. I can't remember. I read a bunch of it yesterday. I can't remember exactly what all I read. Alright, let me just do another test here. Go to my camera right there. That is that's the camera that's going to be filming the moon. So I just want to make sure we're operating in the green. Looks like the sun has went down to where I don't need my hat anymore. Pull the screen out. Yeah, it looks like everything's operating in the green. She's still running good. How's the picture? I've got the focus set to infinity, because that's what they said to do. That's what NASA said to do. The focus is set to infinity, and so I think I'm ready. Right there, so on infinity. And then back to old single dab. Looks like the clouds are starting to dissipate. Here, let me see if you can see this aircraft. Hold on just a second. We'll switch over to the camera I'm going to be using. I'm not sure if I got that high enough. Let's see. Can you all see that aircraft up there? Maybe I'm not high enough to actually track. Oh, there you go, right there. There you go. There's an aircraft going across way off into the distance. But this is the camera that we'll be filming the moon on. I do have just a couple of clouds, no big deal. But I'll just keep switching back to make sure everything's still operating in the green. New Zealand on station. The eclipse has started here. All right, thank you very much, Steve, for that report. Melbourne's on station. Let's see. MKS, folks. YouTube shows me your handles now, not your screen name. So sometimes it's difficult to remember or figure out without looking closely at the profile pic. And it's a good idea because you can't fake the handle, but obviously you can do an exact screen name to somebody else to try to impersonate them, but you can't impersonate the handle. So it makes sense, but when comments are going by real fast, sometimes it's difficult to read. No chemtrails where you are. Unlike my state, chemtrails every day. How you doing, Greg? Steven says I might have the best coverage of the blood moon than anyone in the Philippines. Hey, thank you very much, man. That's what I'm hoping. Because I got everything is operating in the green, and what I was concerned with earlier was that something would do a thermal shutdown. But now that sun has went down, the temperature has dropped, I don't know, 10 degrees. So I think now everything is in the clear. Not that any of this stuff does a shutdown, and not that I'm really worried about that, but in that hot sunlight, you know, but we're good to go. So I hope so. I hope this turns out to be the best footage in the Philippines, maybe NASA. Big shout out to NASA if you're tuning in. I want to thank everybody at NASA for tuning in to check out my live stream of the blood moon. Thank you very much. How many folks we got here? We got 75 folks here now. Big pumpkin. And folks, where I'm at. Hey Remy, how you doing? Forrest G is playing with the window there. Okay, simple fix is to lock the window. Okay, thank you for your attention to that matter.
This kid is getting crazy.
Okay, where is Girly? Yeah, we need Girly out here. Girly, if you're watching, where you at, girl? I should have had a party. I should have threw a big party here, but I just didn't know about it in time. And again, it's a small miracle. I got all this stuff set up and ready to go. All right, Ted says it's cloudy here in Bohol. It might be cloudy in Cebu Village too. Yeah, I've got just a few clouds. I got a lot of clouds over by the sun, but where the moon's going to come up, there's just a couple. So if they do obscure it, they're just like slivers. They're like just thin slivers. So we're going to get some great footage. Are we going to get the entire event? I don't know, but I'm optimistic about it. All right, yeah. So anyhow, big shout out to NASA, everybody who's tuning in. Maybe the space station is tuning in to this live stream as well. So shout out to everybody up on the International Space Station. Thank you very much for tuning in. Now let me give some. I'm not going to give you a 10-digit grid, but if you're just tuning in, I'm on the south side of Angeles City, here in the Philippines. So if you search for Clark International Airport, Clark Air Base, I'm just south of Clark Air Base. So that's where the camera is stationed. Anybody from NASA, if you really want to know, give me a call tomorrow. I'll give you the 8-digit grid of where the camera was filming from. Okay, let's see. Nonix Left is reporting the moon will enter totality at 7:04 p.m. The maximum eclipse will occur at 7:34 and it will end at 10:25. Yeah, and I'm set up. I'm set up to go the distance. I'm set up to go the distance. I may have to just move the camera over a few feet because there's a little corner of the roof that sticks out. No problem. All I gotta do is move over a few feet. I can track that moon for a great distance. Like I said, there's a few clouds. I don't want to say 100% of the time, but all my equipment's operating in the green. It's cool. Got a good internet feed. So yeah, I'm excited about it. Now, the more I talk crap, the more I talk about it, the greater the chance that there's going to be a brownout right before that thing pops up over the neighbor's roof. That's what happens to me. And I'm always expecting stuff like that to happen, so I'm never disappointed. But it won't be because I didn't give it the old college try. So if this feed goes down, I guess I could whip out that iPhone there, and then you'll just see a little dot way off into the distance. I won't even do that. I'll just sit here in combination of laugh and cry if it goes down. And I'll just start filming and I'll upload it tomorrow. So either way, if the stream goes down, 4K footage will get uploaded as soon as I get it here on the old YouTube. See, Robert, how you doing? Let's see, how far from Capas? Well, where I'm sitting right now, I'm just on the south side of Angeles City, in the suburbs. Suburban lifestyle, just south of the city. Let's see, the PI will be a partial 70%. California and Hawaii will see total, but Hawaii by far for the longest period of time. Okay, now from everything I read, it's supposed to be a total full, but I'm not an astronaut. I just play one here on YouTube, so I don't know, but I'm about to find out. That's the thing about doing stuff like this, is I'm not an expert on it right now, but by tomorrow, after sitting here watching this thing and talking about it and reading articles and filming this thing, I will be an expert. People will be calling me, hey man, you remember when you covered that blood moon back in 2026? Can we ask you a couple questions? Well, absolutely you can. Go ahead. Okay, 78 folks here. I'm showing 2 thumbs up, and then on this one I'm showing 43. CCP could be trying to block my broadcast on my one of the last premieres. The chat box was getting blocked or jammed. Nobody could leave a comment. That was like a day or so, a couple days before everything kicked off over there in Iran. Maybe just a coincidence. All I know is my chat box was not operating in the green for the first 20 minutes of that premiere. It was doing crazy things. Okay, so good news. It looks like right above my neighbor's roof where that moon's gonna come up, it's clear. It's nothing but blue sky. It's nothing but blue sky. And what was really cool last night, and sometimes folks, hey Boster, hey, it's a few clouds floating around, but where the moon's going to come up initially and about the time frame, it's clear sailing. So last night and this morning I sat down, I chopped up an hour video, and I realized, you know what, people don't want to watch an hour of the moon on a video, but it's exciting when it's live. So I forgot what I was going to talk about. What was I talking about? Oh, what was cool about it, and maybe we'll see it tonight, is at around 5:36, really around 5:45, somewhere in there. A colony of bats will appear. Pretty much, the sun gets almost going down, the bats will start coming this direction. They like come right out of the sunlight, right out of the sunset, and they're flying at about 250, 300 feet. So at first, when I first used to sit out here, I didn't notice them. They were just at an altitude that I just wasn't paying attention. Well, now every night here comes this colony of bats at a high altitude, and wherever they're going, it's to the east of here, but some of them will drop down and start patrolling this area. So what was really cool last night, I don't know if y'all saw that, but there's like this black ash fallout. Okay, right there. I don't know if you can see that, but it's from where they're burning the either the rice fields or the sugarcane fields, and this stuff just rains down here on the balcony. I don't know if you can see that, and you can see the huge fires, and you can see the smoke from the fires, but that stuff just comes down. It's like a ash fallout, and when you come out here with bare feet on this balcony, I mean, you got to go straight in and wash your feet. It's just every day they're burning those fields, and you can see it's just like it's just ash. It just keeps raining down on us from where they're burning the fields. Back to the bats. What was really cool last night was that you could see the bats, flying just clear as day in front of that moon. It was just a beautiful silhouette of the bats, and maybe we'll see that tonight. Let's see. Okay. Dawn says it's a full eclipse, but depending on a person's location will determine what percentage is seen. Okay. Hey Robert, how you doing? Got Huck up in the house. How you doing, Huck? Overcast in Sydney. Really cloudy this morning, Georgia, according to Mr. Scott. Okay, let's see. David, how are you? 3 a.m. Chicago time. And it's cloudy now in Memphis, according to Robert. Well, I'm going to tell you, things are going my way. Things are going my way. The clouds are starting to dissipate. Again, there's clouds back over there in the sunset, which I'm fine with that. That's what's led to cooling things down a little bit quicker. But over there in the target area where the moon's going to come up, it's just blue sky. So old single dad getting some luck here. I better knock on wood. I better knock on some wood or there'll be a brownout. If there is, I'm just going to laugh. And it's nothing that I did. Everything is good. Everything is plugged in. Nothing's running off of batteries. Even the internet is hardwired in. So only thing that can take me down now is a brownout. If that happens again, I'll just film it and upload the footage tomorrow and just laugh about it. Sounds like Forrest G is unhappy about something in there with his mother. All right, so let's go back over and take a look. We got 84 folks tuning in. Still showing 2 thumbs ups on this one over here and 48 thumbs up on this one over here. So I want to thank y'all very much for hitting that thumbs up, smashing that like button, hitting that thumbs up because it helps out with the Google squirrels. The Google squirrels control everything about this game. Okay, so let's pull up some facts here. Look, I don't know what y'all believe about the moon or what you believe about the pyramids. Okay, man, we could talk about the pyramids, the pyramids until the cows come home. Everything that we've been told by Egyptologists, it's just how do I put it lightly? It's just all horseshit, right? You look at the math that's associated with that, but then you turn around and you look at the math that's associated with the moon. Let me pull it up here where I don't quote the wrong stats, right? Okay. The moon's tilted orbit, eclipses. Somebody knows more than me, but it's about, what is it? It's 400 miles away, and then the sun is 400 times. See, I already messed up the math. Somebody will have to put it there. But there's just too many coincidences about the moon to believe that it just naturally formed. Okay, I think somebody put that thing there. It's intentionally put there. And if you watch that one movie, I can't remember the name of it, where they go to the moon and the moon's hollow and it's like a huge space station. Great movie. Great, absolute wonderful movie. Let's see. Liam, how are you? Let's see, did I check out the solar eclipse last month? No, I missed that. Okay, blood, full moon, total lunar, Mercury retrograde, buckle up. Alright, thank you very much, Dawn. Okay, so here's a statistic here. Let me see if I can put this on the screen. Just upcoming lunar eclipses so we can plan for them. August 28th, there's a partial that's coming up. And then March 3rd, that's the one that we're about to watch right now, according to NASA. I sit there and I read about this, the wavelengths, and it's very complicated to understand. I'm trying to find where it talks about the distance the moon is from the Earth. Okay. During a solar eclipse, the moon's shadow on Earth's surface is only about 300 miles wide. The shadow, about 480 kilometers wide. Okay, so here we go. Now this is coming from NASA, and they're using the word lucky, right? That we often get such impressive solar eclipses on Earth is a lucky chance of nature. The sun is vastly larger than the moon. Its diameter is about 400 times the moon's. But the moon is roughly 400 times closer to Earth. This makes it possible for the moon to almost perfectly block out the sun when everything aligns. NASA says it's a lucky chance of nature. 400 times. Okay, the sun, 400 times the diameter of the moon, but the moon is roughly exactly 400 times closer to Earth, and NASA calls it a lucky chance of nature. I just don't buy that. I don't buy that. I laugh. How are you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Let's see, Mary Rose, how are you? We're just waiting right now. I'm waiting for the moon to appear over my neighbor's roof. So there's a potential, I'm going to lose a little bit of time because of the neighbor's roof. But it should clear the neighbor's roof before all of the action kicks in. So this could very well be the best live stream coverage of the blood moon from here in the Philippines. Let's see, Alan, how you doing? Gunny on deck here in Quezon City. It's clear down there. Okay, here's another fun fact about the moon. This state of affairs of that 400 and 400 won't last forever, because the moon started its existence much closer to Earth and has been slowly drifting outward at the rate of about 1.5 inches per year. So 1.5 inches per year, the moon's getting farther and farther away. Once it makes it past 14,600 miles, it'll appear too small from Earth to cover the sun. But don't panic. If you haven't seen an eclipse yet, you've got another 600 million plus years before that border is breached. Okay, but pretty interesting. 1.5 inches a year. Thing is getting farther from Earth. Okay, interesting facts from our friends over at NASA. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to stand up and walk over there so nobody, well, I can take the microphone. Let's see, BK, for movies I got Iron Sky or Hollow Moon Plot or Space Station. Man, what was that movie? It was a more recent movie where they went up to the moon and it was hollow and they were fighting that alien, like, I can't remember the name of it. Great movie. Okay, hold on. I'm going to go over and take a peek. So I'm going to put y'all on the camera. Now, you're still with me here, but you're just looking at clear blue sky. And let me come over to the very far. And nope, I can't see anything yet. It's just, I've got roofs blocking. I don't know if it's above the horizon, but I've got to wait. From my perspective, I got to wait until the moon clears the neighbor's roof. Now, I'm not complaining because, like I said, I checked the timing last night. The timing is right on. I'll have a perfect, clear view of it during the peak time. And that's what I love about having a balcony. Oh my goodness. I went downstairs to see if I could get a better perspective, and you know, with the walls and the trees and everything, it was such a limited perspective, it wouldn't work. Yeah, I'd get a glimpse of it, or I'd have to go out in the open field or out into the street. But when you got a balcony, I mean, I'm sitting here watching the sunset right here. Beautiful. Going down over the mountains in Zimbalis, and now I'm going to watch the moon set over here. I mean, I love me a good balcony. Okay, when do we put on our tinfoil hats? Well, I mean, just look at the math. Look at the numbers. You know, some things just make you go, They do. Look at the pyramids. Pyramids wasn't no tomb. There's just too much math involved. Yeah, so moon plot is 2022. And maybe that's the movie I'm thinking about. You know, it starts out, the guy's like a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's trying to get somebody to listen, and then the astronaut guy gets in trouble, and they're over there at the observatory outside LA, or in LA, and he goes over there and talks to him, and that's how it started. Oh, and what it was, the gravity started going away. Okay, the Earth's gravity started getting lighter, and it was because the moon was doing something. Anyhow, moonfall, there it is. Moonfall, absolutely. Thank y'all. That's it. Yes. I used to drink a lot of beer. But yeah, great movie is Moonfall. And when you look at what NASA did when they intentionally crashed the spacecraft, is it the LIM, the lunar lander, the LIM? Anyhow, they set up the sensors. The moon rang like a bell for how many hours? Like it's hollow. I'm not making this up. This is coming from NASA. And then you do the math, the 400, and then you don't get to see the dark side of the moon. That's too many things that make you go, that was put there. I think Moonfall is like just a drip disclosure about what it really is. Okay. Maybe we need the moon or tides will rise. Let's see. With the trouble in the Middle East and now the eclipse, I wonder how many doomsday cultists will think it's the apocalypse. Let's see. No, it's a Moonfall. Yeah, Moonfall is what the movie I was thinking about. Great movie. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Mike's always having problems with his ladies, his wife. Thank you for joining us there, Mike. Hope things at some point get better over there in your camp. Yeah, Austin Powers on the moon also. James Bond. All right, let's check the time. Okay, I got 5:39. So about 20 minutes we'll get Big Pumpkin and the kids to come on out here. And I think I will try to reposition the camera. Maybe I can get a minute or two with a better angle on the dangle. But all the clouds in that direction have dissipated. I mean, let me give you a view just to check equipment here. Right there, nothing but blue sky. Straight up blue skies. Now we're just waiting on the moon. Yeah, folks, so I want to thank you for joining me. If you're just tuning in to the show, I'm broadcasting live from here just south of Clark Air Base, south of Angeles City here in the Philippines. And I'm going to film the lunar eclipse. And just talk camera equipment right here. I'm filming on an old, this camera here that I'll be filming the moon with is my old Sony camcorder. It's a FDR AX100. It's a champion. It's got about a 10 times zoom on it. I think that equates to like a 135 millimeters on a full frame. I think that's somewhere in there. So I'm going to have it zoomed in all the way. I checked everything last night from an F4 to an F8 to an F11. But when I looked at NASA, they said go with the F11. So I got it set for F11, focused infinity, 0 on the gain. And if it's too bright, I'll click in one level of ND. And I think that's going to give us the best picture. At least that's what last night, what I figured out and what NASA said. But I'm not an astro photographer. I've filmed the moon before, but not really any stars or anything like that. So I'm not an expert at it. Let's see, back to your comments. Marcos, will you donate one of your cameras to science? Go to lunch on the moon. Let's see, Dawn says it's still noted in Hawaiian culture for a pregnant woman to cover in blankets during eclipses so no harm comes to the baby. Interesting to see past and current views of how the celestial system may affect. Okay, well, I'm still waiting on, let's see if Big Pumpkin can call Grandma right now. Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin. Ceramist, how are you?
Yes.
Baby, I need you to put the call in to Grandma and find out some local superstitions about the blood moon, please. And also make sure they're out there in the sugarcane field watching. Okay, so Huck's talking about what are my thoughts on the moon landing missions. Real or fake? Man, you know, there's a lot.
I do not believe that.
Baby, just call Grandma. My goodness. Yeah, a lot of things that make you go about the moon landings. What's kind of funny is that, and shout out to you, man, if you're watching. Maybe you watch my show. Was in Siem Reap at a Mexican restaurant. It's a great Mexican restaurant there in Siem Reap. And ran into a viewer. I think he was British, if I'm not mistaken. And we got to talking about the moon landing. Next thing you know, this dude was he was upset. He was wired up. So it's almost like, you know how they say don't talk about religion or politics in a bar? They need to add moon landings to that. Don't talk about moon landings in a bar when people have been drinking. It can come to blows, come to physical altercations over talking about the moon landing. Yeah, there's a lot of things that, a lot of unanswered questions and things that make you go about that. Let's see, I downloaded the movie Moonfall. I'm gonna watch it this weekend. Yeah, I certainly enjoyed it. I really did, and it just answers a lot of questions. That's all I'll say. Let's see, Diciembre 1977. Eclipses are a good opportunity for UFO sightings. Just stare at a region in the sky for 2 to 3 seconds to detect a moving star. That's how these UFOs hide in plain sight. Let's see, iLaugh's got a new motorcycle with a CB. And let's see, Nonix left just saying the shadow starts in about 6 minutes if the moon is visible from where you are. Okay, alright, so let me stand up. I'll put you on the sky cam. Let me go see if I can see any sign of it over my neighbor's roof. Okay, now if I was over on the other side of the neighborhood, I would have a better view. But obviously I can't go live from over the other side of the neighborhood. So I'm still not in a position to see anything just yet. But wait, don't go away, because as soon as that thing pops up over my neighbor's roof, we're gonna see what this old Sony camcorder can do. It's an absolute champion. And what you're seeing me on right now is an FX3, which is a much more newer camera. You would say a much better camera, but I just have a 35mm prime lens. It's a fixed lens. So I pointed that at the moon last night, and you just see a bright ball about that big around. 35mm is just not going to do it. It just you need something that'll reach out. Again, I think this is about a 135mm equivalent. But if I had a zoom lens, I'd be using the FX3. But all I have is a 35mm prime. Okay, so Ceramis, you're looking fit and healthy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my friend. I feel like a champion right now. Quit drinking, lost all this weight, still losing weight, but I got one problem. All of my shorts are too big for me now. And so, you know, when your clothes are too big and then you got to cinch down your belt and you get all that extra material like bunched up. The only thing that really fits me sort of now is one pair of jeans. Everything else is so bunched up, which is a good thing, because I can go get them taken up. And that's what I got to do. Yeah, it is pretty weird how we went to the moon in 1969 and never went back. That is very weird. Things that make you go, Let's see. China's building a base on the moon. Michael checking in from the UK. And Chi-Ming Wong, how are you, my friend? Alright, now folks, I don't want to miss 1 second, so I'm just going to keep going back and forth. Let me just put you on the sky cam. Put you on the sky cam. And exactly above my neighbor's roof, it's clear. It is absolutely clear. We're just waiting on our perspective to get down to business. All right, somebody let me know, how's the audio and how is the video? Are we getting out of focus or anything? Because I think I locked the focus on this FX3. Just let me know, how is this audio and video? And then when I get the moon into focus, please leave your comments. Hey, it's too bright, we can't see enough detail. Because if it's too bright, it's what we call it's blown out, right? Highlights are blown out, and I can adjust for that. But I need your input, because I'm not watching the footage on a big screen TV. I'm looking at it on small screens and it looks different. Boom! Robert Morris off the top ropes. I see red and Bataan. All right, boom, look at them gymnastics. OSD got the technological skills going on. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. So again, Robert's reporting seeing red over in Bataan. Audio and video are good. Thank you very much, Jeff. Sometimes I have to remind Big Pumpkin about how lucky she is. Boom, you see that backflip? Did that gymnastics on its own. I just forgot to click that one little box, but it's clicked now. The shadows reporting video and audio. Okay, definitely let me know, because as the sun goes down and this thing gets dark, I'll just make some adjustments. I'm not going to turn any lights on because I don't know how that's going to affect the camera over here. Boom! King Louis Cabo, thank you for your service. I'll be back in Pattaya in late April. Come visit. Man, oh man, it's about time for me to go home to the ranch and fire up my Iron Horse, the Bad Dream. It's about time for me to take a business trip. Stir up my donkeys out there. Wouldn't it not be funny if the moon landing and atomic bombs were fake and just used to make other nations fear and respect you? KC, how are you? A red hue often designates a fun entertainment district. Moon 69 to 72, like 6 missions. Let me check the time here. Big Pumpkin. Okay, 10 minutes, baby. 10 minutes, get the children ready. Have them on station here in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Linglore, how are you? Thank you for checking in. Okay, Dawn says it's starting where I live, but night and 12-hour difference to my location, and curious if any superstitions in the PI for eclipses. If you're listening right now, ask your, for many of my viewers, ask your lady right now what their superstitions are and put them out there. I'm trying to get Big Pumpkin to call Grandma and find out what the superstitions are. There's got to be some. There absolutely has to be some. Let's see. Can we see the moon? American guacamole. Anytime now. My perspective, once the moon clears my neighbor's roof, we will have a long, clear view of the moon. But I've got to wait just a little while longer until it clears their roof, and then we are good to go. Let's see. Todd says he's had a couple, needs to see Big Pumpkin because he loves her humor. All right. Ceramis, do you think I'll ever work a 9-to-5 job again? It would be very difficult to do. I'm not afraid of work. Work is what keeps us alive. A man with no purpose is a dead man. And I know that because when I first came to Thailand, I stayed drunk for 3 years. I was a dead man, didn't know it. Got to have some type of purpose. I'm not scared of work, but the 9-to-5 suburban lifestyle in America, that terrifies me. No, just, it's not for me. I'd rather go work on an oil rig, work on a crab boat, be on that show Deadliest Catch. I'd rather go to Hollywood or go sit in the desert on a 6-month deployment or something. So I'm not scared of work, trust me. Trust me, I ain't scared of work. But the 9-to-5, yeah, that terrifies me. Let's see, when does the moon come out? Should be any time now in our view. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put y'all in the sky. I'm gonna walk over and see if I can see any. Not yet. We need a little bit. We're gonna need a little bit longer, my friends. But I tell you what I'm gonna do. All right, now here I'm gonna let y'all just a second. Y'all just look at my chair, because I'm going to move this camera over just a little and a little bit back. So just bear with me. I'm adjusting the sky cam. Okay, right there. Right there is my neighbor's roof. Okay, so I think we're good right there. Get that thing locked in. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's check it out and see how it looks here. Let me show you what we're looking at here. Boom. There's my neighbor's roof. But again, once it clears that roof line, I got a clear view for hours. Absolutely, just clear for hours. Unless it goes into the top of that tree, but I'll be able to track it. I just gotta wait till it clears that roof, because the roof is on fire. Oh, sorry, I got the party a little bit, celebrating. All right, so let's check these statistics here. Let me come over here and see how many folks we got on board now. Okay, 90 folks. 90 folks are here now. Thank you very much for joining us. And basically, what I'm waiting for the moon to do is clear the neighbor's roof, and then we should be locked in for the main action according to the time frames that were set out by the folks here in the Philippines. But again, I did read that here in the PI, once you see it, it will already be doing a partial eclipse. All right, so I'll go back to your comments. Siem Reap is an hour behind Angeles City. Does that mean that I will see the eclipse in an hour after you? I'm not sure. Let's see. Jeff watching from Southwest Washington State. Yeah, man, you should have rolled out to Angkor Wat and watched the eclipse. That would have been awesome. I mean, I love that place. Let's see. I know this is the Truman Show, and I'm the star. Thank you very much. I really enjoy doing live streams, folks. It's been very limited since we moved into this suburban lifestyle. You know, I moved up here on purpose to give them some suburban lifestyle training. It'll be over in about 60 days. And all of the scenery is going to change. It's going to get back to being more rudimentary with a beach vibe. Yeah, I enjoy doing live streams. Sometimes it's difficult with the kids running around. Okay, unknown. We're waiting on the moon. It should be any moment now. The moon should be clearing my neighbor's roof line right there. So I'm just waiting for the moon to clear the roof line. But the reason that I went live early is to make sure everything was going to operate in the green. So it's okay to be early, not okay to be late for a flight or the eclipse. So if you're just tuning in, all right, the big pumpkin, got the kids out here. Y'all sit right there. Y'all can pull that chair over there, and y'all will have a front row seat, and nobody will interfere with my camera gear. And I got the kids and Big Pumpkin out here, and they're nibbling on something. Baby, you just broke the antenna off the radio, and now you got you got grease all over the radio. Okay, so if you're just joining us, okay, everybody's asking where's the moon. Okay. Look, when the moon clears my neighbor's roof line, no, that's the sun, honey. That's the sun that way. When the moon clears my neighbor's roof line, then we will be in business. It should be any moment now. Last night, you know what? I can tell you last night exactly what time I saw it.
Can we bring a food in here?
Baby, there's no time for food.
Why don't do another downstairs?
Baby, we don't need food, baby.
Hey, while we're watching like a movie ba?
Okay, so Big Pumpkin's insisting on going and getting some food to watch. Go ahead, sweetie girl. Go ahead, you can get some food. I'm just joking. But y'all don't want to miss this. The next time it happens is 3 years from now. My goodness. Okay, folks, so listen, I'm going to come over here just look at my balcony. I'm still with you, but I'm gonna look over here and make sure if I want to get the most footage that I can get, and I still cannot see it. I'm still waiting on it to clear the neighbor's roof line. Well, what can I do? I can't make the moon go any faster. Okay. Now look, here's the funny thing. I'm not a moonologist, right? One thing I didn't consider. I mean, I sat here last night and I saw exactly the time and where the moon went. So the question is the moon in a totally different place tonight? Man, I might be all discombobulated here. Somebody needs to look that up. I just assumed it would be in roughly the same area since the sun's always sitting over there. All right, let's see. Is this the kids' first eclipse?
Yeah, I never see it before like that.
Vegas on station?
Wait, Marquitos, I already know.
Okay. We're waiting on... Baby, hold on just a second. Folks, if you're just joining me, I'm waiting on the moon to clear my neighbor's roof. Now, that's where it was last night. If it suddenly appears in somewhere totally different tonight, well, you can't blame me because I'm not a moonologist. I'm not an astronaut. I just play one here on YouTube. But the sun always sets right over these trees. And last night, the moon, almost a full moon, rose over that roof line. So I'm pointing the camera in the same direction.
The moon said I need to change the schedule.
Well, the moon better not change its schedule, because I spent a lot of time setting up this angle on a dangle, and NASA's going to be upset with me if that moon don't come up over that roof line. Okay, so y'all just keep a lookout. Whoa, can we see it? Still can't see it. The moon might have disappeared on us. All right, I got to get over here and do a time check, folks. All right, 5:57 Manila time. Okay, it's 6:01 right now. 6:01 by my clock, and I think this is about, I don't know, I didn't take no notes. I should have took notes. Let's see, show Fatima's reaction too. Oh baby, I'd have to get y'all to move your chairs back over here to see y'all's reaction. Folks, I'll pan the camera over there. Once I get the moon locked in, I will show you Big Pumpkin and the kids. But right now, they're over there in a good viewing spot where they're not going to rip my wires down. So right now, what?
I'm asking, you asked me about the superstition.
Yes, what's the superstition, baby?
Pregnant cannot see that. I cannot see that.
Pregnant women cannot look at the lunar eclipse, according to Grandma.
Not according, I don't know. That's
She
what
doesn't
I
know
heard
why.
before.
Well, she's
But
heard
I
that
don't-
before.
I don't remember why.
So supposedly, if you're buntis, if you're pregnant, don't look at the moon. Okay, folks, I'm gonna stay with you on the audio, but I'm gonna come over here and see if I can see this moon over the neighbor's roof. Now, I'm not a moonologist again. I'm hoping that it appears in the same general vicinity, or I may have screwed the pooch on this. But
The schedule again, he's busy right now.
well, the sun seems to go down in the same area. I'm not a sunologist either.
I told you, she have appointment.
Well, here's the thing, baby. I'm looking all over the rest of the sky, and I don't see the moon.
She
Okay.
said she have appointment right now. She's busy.
Okay, well, all right, folks. I still can't see it. Still obscured by the neighbor's roof. 83 degrees azimuth for the moonrise. 83.
Maria, come on, sit down, Maria.
Okay, what microphone am I using? I'm using, these are the original, I guess these are original. It's a DJI mic, the first ones. the bigger ones. I have the mic minis. They work really great with the OP3. But you know, the thing about small wireless mics is that you're always dropping them. And so I tend to use these bigger ones because they're easier to handle. They stay clipped better. Yeah, they're big and they're obtrusive, but they're easier to handle. Let's see, shoot an azimuth of 83 degrees. Okay, dude, ours is on blood moon now, 603 on Davao City. Okay, well, I'm still waiting. 83 degrees. 83 degrees. Okay, hold on a second. I still can't see it. Everything's obscured by roofs. I got less than 1 hour to get this thing dialed in. Still can't see the moon. But that's the same azimuth that I was looking at it last night, about that direction, I do believe. Maybe I should dispatch Big Pumpkin. Big Pumpkin, I tell you what, I'm gonna dispatch you across you and Forrest G. Go over there and see if you can see the moon, please. Baby, you got to cooperate, because right now I'm not seeing the moon like I saw it last night.
Last night you come in here late already.
I can't remember what time I was here, baby.
It's already 7.
It was already 7? Nah,
Yes.
it wasn't like that. Okay, well, you and the children go down over there and see if you can see the moon, please. I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, Big Pumpkin, for your cooperation. All right, folks, if you're just joining me, I'm still waiting for the moon to clear the neighbor's roof. Yeah, thank you very much, Big Pumpkin. Y'all just go right over there and see if you can see the moon, and then point it out for Big Daddy. So, folks, what's happening is we are dispatching Big Pumpkin and the children. And y'all saw that. She don't want to help. In the YouTube game, it's always a one-man show. Ain't nobody want to help you. It's like pulling teeth, getting somebody to help you. All I want her to do is go over there into the empty lot and see if she can see the moon. Because the clouds are really clear. Alright, here you go. I'm going to show you another. We're still operating in the green, all my equipment. Alright. So we'll wait for Big Pumpkin's report. Yeah, Fatima makes me question why I quit drinking. A lot of times, mostly on a daily basis. I question why did I quit drinking. Okay, so I got Big Pumpkin going across to the open lot to try to spot the moon. So just bear with me here. We're about to get a bead on the moon. Big Pumpkin. Now, one thing she forgot is her radio. Big Pumpkin, do you see the moon? Okay, walk farther out into the field so you can see over the roof. Walk that way. Just walk that way, baby. Just keep walking until you see the moon. And folks, we got like 2- and 3-story houses here in the hood. So you got some tall roofs to navigate. Okay, Big Pumpkin she's reporting she still cannot see it. Okay, walk farther into the jungle, Big Pumpkin. Okay, walk farther that way. She still can't see the moon. Yeah, keep walking. Don't worry about the snakes over there. Yeah, don't worry about the snakes. Keep walking. Look this direction. Okay, look. All right, if she can't see it over there, I don't know what to say. Maybe I just gotta wait longer. But I don't think I had to wait this long last night. So can somebody Google what the moonrise was last night compared to tonight? And we might get somewhere. Because it's not like the moon just disappeared. I got an hour's worth of footage of the moon last night, and it was right over there. Back to the comments. Let's see. Shout out watching from Manila. R. Lim, are you seeing the moon down there in Manila? Get my phone and use the compass. I don't need no compass. I got the sense of direction like a cat. Shoot an azimuth of 83 degrees. Okay, in Dallas, we're supposed to be able to see the moon in 1 hour from now. How can the Earth be round if you see it in the Philippines at the same time? Okay, need a line of sight at the horizon. Okay, 1937 hours moonrise for Manila. Okay, well it's only 6:09 p.m. right now, so we're a little bit early. Yeah, I'm not a moonologist. I just play one here on YouTube. I'm not an astronaut either, at least not certified. Yeah, Fatima causes me to question why I stopped drinking. Yeah, she's over there. There's a mango tree. That's a big mango tree right there. She's just waiting for that thing. She's just looking every day, waiting for that thing to start producing some stuff. Could be. Moon might have had a brownout. This is the Philippines. Checking in from Australia, my friend. Kiriko, how are you? Big Pumpkin always gives me a hard time. Moonrise for Bataan was 5:06.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey, sweetie girl. You couldn't see the moon? Oh, my goodness. It's not obscured by clouds, folks. It's not obscured. I think it's just like that Ace Ventura movie. I think it was on that movie. If I'm not back in 5 minutes, just wait longer. Let's see, 50 minutes after when it rose last night. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention, folks. Maybe in just all my excitement about looking at the moon and thinking about setting all this up, I didn't realize that it was later. For some reason, I had it in my head. It was like 6 o'clock. Maybe I just need to wait a little bit longer. Okay, so Gregory is reporting that the moonrise was earlier yesterday than today. Has 30 minutes difference. Whew. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that information. Okay, go to cam 2. Okay, there's cam 2 right there.
I don't see any moon on there.
Fatima says she can't see a moon in any direction. Now look, it looks dark, but the reason that it looks dark is because it's set for to expose. The exposure is set for the moon. So when I flip over like that, yeah, it looks dark because I've got everything set up ready for the brightness of the moon. Check the whole sky. Maybe it's on the other side. Let's see, in Davao it starts at 7:30 p.m. How many folks I got here now? 125 folks. Boom! Broke the 100 viewer barrier. Thank you very much for tuning in, folks. Thank you very much. Them Google squirrels, they love it when you hit 100.
Last night you still come out and you still here at 8.
Oh, I was still here at 8 something?
They're not yet sleep 8.
Okay, well maybe it was 7 when I saw the moon instead of 6. My bad. Marshall gonna be pissed. All right, let's see. Shamil says I can see it here, man, and then the shadow says give it an hour. I just gotta wait longer.
Let's go back in the room.
I tell you what, y'all go take a break, Big Pumpkin. But where's your radio? Okay. Do you know for a radio to be effective, you have to carry your radio instead of leaving it on the desk? That's the key to radios, is that you have to carry yours and I hold on to mine. Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin. Okay, let's see. Arlen watching from Manila. Jaden, how you doing? Ted Behole. My blood pressure is always up dealing with Big Pumpkin, but that's what women do. Good Lord put women on the earth to cause us men stress and cost us time and money. But would we have it any other way? It's like me and my buddy often talk about, is it the drama that kills us or the drama that keeps us young and keeps us alive? And I think the drama is what keeps us alive. Okay, Boster, yeah, the sun sets right over there. So the sun goes down in that direction. I watch the sunset right over my shoulder. And then the moon, at least last night, was right there. So I made the assumption, because I'm not an astronaut, I made the assumption that the moon would be in the same general vicinity. It's just one night off. I might be totally out of line. I might miss this whole thing. That would be terrible. And I would not be expecting this if that happens. But again, how many times I gotta say, I'm not an astronaut. I just play one here on YouTube. See, Marky Jeff, how you doing? That's the sky. Now again, it's gonna be dark until the moon pops up, because the exposure is set for the moon. The exposure is not set for the sky. I'm taking a look. I still can't see the moon anywhere. Okay, again, old single dad is in a suburban neighborhood with $1 million homes, 2 floors, high roofs. Some have 3 floors, believe it or not. And so that's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm dealing with. That's why I came out here last night. I sat down, I watched that moon, I made sure I could get a bead on it. I could get a bead on it with the camera. I did my homework, so I thought. But if the moon comes up over that direction, I'm screwed. If it's that much of a difference in one night, then it'll be an epic fail. NASA will not be giving me that big grant. What I can do. Seattle, Washington, checking in. Stigmatism, how are you? Got Manila checking in. Okay. Well, folks, I'm waiting for that moon too. Now, again, if it come up that direction and made that much of a change in last night's moonrise versus this one, it's an epic fail. I just gotta eat it. I gotta own it. I gotta absolutely own it. But being that the sun is always going down over there, I figured, hey, what's the difference, right? Can't be that much difference in 24 hours. The moon's right there. I set the camera up. Everything should work out in my favor. Charlotte on station. Let's see. Maybe it's the CCP. The CCP is blocking the moon so they can block my broadcast. Cause me to lose credibility. It could happen. All right, let me get up one more time. Okay, so my panoramic view. This is pretty much what I can guarantee. The moon is definitely not to the west. Guaranteed. It's not above our head. That leads me to believe it's somewhere to our east and has not cleared these roofs. What can I do? What can I do? All I can do is sit here and wait. That's right, the moon always rises at the east. Is that true? Like the sun always sets in the west? Okay, thank you very much, Carmela. Carmela says it's 6:17 here. No moon yet in Pangasinan. Thank you very, very much, because now I'm not alone. Now I'm not the only person out there that can't see the moon. Thank you very much. Let's see, yesterday was 5:04, tonight at 5:57, but add time for your angle on the dangle at 83 degrees. Last night it was at 76 degrees. Okay, well that's even better. Let's see, if last night it was 76 degrees and today it's going to be 88 degrees, we should be in business. Now, if last night it was 88 and then tonight it's 76, that might create some problems. But if you're saying that it's you check, see exactly what you said. Little angle on the dangle, 83 degrees. Last night it was 76. I should be good to go. I could get on the roof. 2:18 a.m. in Seattle. 6:22 is when it's supposed to rise in Metro Manila. Now look, I'm gonna sit here and mess around. That damn thing gonna be over the top of my head because I'm just talking and reading y'all's comments. But 6:18 p.m. in Iloilo, also no moon. Thank you very much, Marky. Thank you very much. Let's see, Tom Play in Cebu. Are you seeing it down in Cebu? See, Jaden Gaming says 5:58. It's a partial. Okay, so let me go over and check, see how many folks we got here now. 148 folks. Okay, KC is saying 7:37 p.m. for us. And if that's the case, it's only 6:20. I still got an hour. The Hook says he just Googled it, and apparently the moon rises 50 minutes later each day and 12 to 13 degrees further east. Something I didn't know. Again, I'm not a real astronaut. If y'all, I gotta be honest with you, I'm not a real astronaut. I just play one here on YouTube. Okay, if you're just joining me, we are waiting for the moon to rise over my neighbor's roof. And what the issue is that right now we're living the suburban lifestyle. We're living around $1 million homes that are huge houses with very high roofs. Some of the houses in here are even 3 floors with huge, very tall roofs. So it's not like I'm in the village trying to look over a Bahay Kubo or a bamboo shack. All right, I'm looking over some monster houses. So I just gotta wait until they clear the neighbor's roof. I think I'm still good. But I will be honest, I did not know the facts. Okay, let's go back to the facts here. My buddy just put out. Apparently the moon rises 50 minutes later each day and 12 to 13 degrees further east. I wasn't aware of that. I figured it wouldn't be in the exact same place, obviously, but 50 minutes later from last night, that's a huge difference. And luckily, 2 things. Number one, I was set up early. So if it were to rise 50 minutes earlier, I would have been ready to go. But luckily, it's 50 minutes later, so I'm still good. It's all good in the hood. Let me check the sky cam here. Okay, still operating in the green. Yes, the camera is dark, but it's set up for the exposure of the moon, not for the sky. If you expose for the sky, the moon will be nothing but it'll be like staring into a light bulb. The highlights will be what we call blown out. It's overexposed. Okay, back to your comments for a minute here. This is actually getting pretty exciting. Okay, so use my iPhone to shoot an azimuth. I don't need an iPhone to shoot an azimuth. I got the sense of direction like a cat. All I got to do is it's go right over there. You just got to wait longer. James, how you doing? Folks got the comments flying by now. Let's see, Arzell, where's the moon? That's what everybody's been asking. We just a little early. Old single dad got on station a little early, went live a little bit early, and I gotta wait for that moon to clear the roofs of the $1 million homes in my neighborhood. Yeah, because the sun sets right over there. So if I put the camera around the corner, like it's a beautiful orange. You got the mountains of Zimbalis over there. Beautiful sunset from my balcony. So like again, last night I watched the sunset. I watched that moon come up. Gorgeous. Big Pumpkin had cooked supper, and it was so beautiful. I was like, look, y'all go ahead and eat. I just gotta sit out here and smoke my cigar and watch this moon. Okay, let's see. Everything's still operating in the green, my friends. All right, I'm gonna take another look. And actually I'm gonna adjust the aperture on the FX3 since it's got dark. Let me lean over. Try not to fall. Oh, okay, folks, we are in business. I can see it right over the neighbor's roof. We are in business. We are 100% in business. We are in business. Let me get the camera. It's going to be a minute, though. It's going to be probably about 5 more minutes, but we are perfectly in business. That moon already looks a little bit orange. Everybody stay with me because we are in business. We are in business. The problem is, what's the problem? I gotta wait for the thing to clear. I gotta wait for the thing to clear the neighbor's roof, and it is a few degrees different, but I can see it right over there. So y'all stay with me. Let me get this camera adjusted a little bit. I'm actually gonna pick it up a little bit higher so I can try to get it in focus sooner. So nobody go anywhere. Nobody go anywhere. We're about to be in business. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I had the tripod down low, but I need a higher.
Dad, is the moon here?
Yeah, tell Mama to come on out here, sweetie.
They're coming.
Tell them to come on. It's about to. It's gonna clear the neighbor's roof here in just a few minutes. Okay.
Where did you saw it?
Right at the corner of their roof, right there. Right at the corner of their
We
roof.
know because we saw it in the video.
Okay. Well, Papa just saw it. So go tell Mama that the moon is coming. Can you go tell Mama?
They're coming.
Oh, they're already coming. Okay. I tell you what. What I'm about to do. Folks, we've almost got the moon in view. Everybody just stay with me. Stay with me. There's going to be some noise here. I'm moving the camera around. Just a second, sweetie. Just got to wait. Almost in business.
Sit down, sit down. Sit down. Where?
Babe, I can't believe you. I can't believe that you questioned. You were questioning my. Okay, I got to come right over here. So
Where?
it's gonna clear the neighbor's roof right there. I told you.
Where?
All right, folks, we're almost in business. We're almost in business. If you're waiting to watch the eclipse, just bear with me here. It's gonna pop up over the neighbor's roof here shortly.
Wala eh, I don't see it eh.
Well, you gotta wait till it clears the roof, baby. Gotta wait till it clears the roof. And folks, all you see is.
You can't work like this.
Okay. All right, if you're just joining me, we're about 5 minutes from seeing the moon pop up over my neighbor's roof. So everybody stay with me. I'm adjusting cameras right now. If you're leaving comments, please leave the comments, but I can't see all the comments. And if we can move y'all's chairs up just a little bit, everybody, so we don't mess up this wire here. We are almost in business on this blood moon. OSD. Baby, I'm gonna need you to let's see, I'll just go to automatic focus on this. Okay, so switching the main cam over. We're to f1.4. That's autofocus. Folks, just a few moments here. Oh yeah, we're almost there. Almost there. I gotta take my hat off. Just a second, folks. Trying to get her into view. Let's pull the focus. Just a second, folks. If you're just joining me, the moon is almost in view. It's got to clear my neighbor's roof. Just a minute. Can y'all see it?
It's there, you see it? Huh?
Almost. Okay, folks, switching over to the cam. You're gonna have to give me a minute to dial it in. Just give me a minute to dial the thing in. Okay, just a minute.
There's some bats.
Just a minute, folks.
Look, bro's doing live too.
There we go. Okay, so we're at f11, 0 on the gain, 60 on the shutter speed. Let me check my focus. Okay, they said to put the focus to affinity, and there you go.
It's there.
Now look, it's cleared my neighbor's roof, so there's cloud cover, I'm assuming, is what's blocking it. The low level cloud cover. So hopefully those clouds go out of the way, because last night it was a full moon.
It's right there.
Sweetie, come over here and watch the real moon. You can always watch it on the video. Just
I can see
okay, hop down. You can see it, right?
I can see it like I can see it. It's shiny.
Yep.
It's yellow.
That's the moon, sweetie girl. Good job, sweetie.
Did you heard about it? In the news?
Oh no, I gotta get power plugged in. I'm almost about to run out of battery on the main cam. Hold on, folks. Baby, emergency. We need the battery. We need to.
We need what?
I need to get plugged in here. Give me some slack. Quickly.
Here, look.
Give me some slack, baby. Some slack.
This shit is what Marcos. Where? Here. It's not red, Daddy.
Okay, folks. So let me know. That's as zoomed in as far as it'll go. We're to f11, 0 on the DB.
Yeah, it's doing that.
And again, looks like some clouds are covering it up. Or is that the partial eclipse? Because there were some clouds over there. Maybe that's just the partial eclipse. So it looks like the action is underway.
I can
Welcome.
see the half of it.
Yep, we're just Y'all just sit there and watch. It's gonna come up perfect view.
Imagine this is the shining part and this
Yeah.
is the dark part. I can see the dark part.
Okay, folks. So back to your comments. Let me see if I can put myself in the corner without blocking any view. Let me see what I can do here. If I go on air. No, not on air. I gotta go on. Okay, there we go. Now, I don't think I'm blocking anybody's view. Hey, everybody. Check out that moon down there. I have made fire. I was starting to doubt myself there for a minute. I was like, oh man, if that moon shifted way over there, this is not a good day. But there you go. Now look, I'm looking at it on a computer. But can somebody tell me, are we in focus on the moon?
Yeah.
Are we in focus on your big screen? Do you still hear me? How is the video? Let's see. Owen, how are you? Marlon? Yeah, we're in the Philippines. I'm south of Angeles City, south of Clark Air Base, in the area of SM Telebastagan, if you really want to know where the camera's positioned. We are near near SM Telebastagan. Alright, so Gregory's saying it's going to reach its maximum red color at 7:34 p.m. and the total eclipse lasts roughly an hour, ending at 8:03. Okay, the time here right now is 6:35 p.m. here, local Philippine time. And I'm not wearing a shirt because it's so hot out here during today to get all this stuff set up. Now I'm cool. I should put a shirt on in case NASA's watching this, but hey, it's hot in the tropics. I'm so proud that everything came together, where I could share this with you, where I can share this with the children. Again, it's 3 years before the next one comes around. Can Forrest G see the moon, baby? Not yet? Okay, still. Well, y'all gonna have a great view in just a second when it clears that roof. Okay, let's see. Watching it on a 55-inch HD looks awesome. Thank you very much, Guillermo. And folks, this was the double-edged sword. Okay. This is only broadcasting, I think, in 1080, the 1440. You know, it's broadcasting in 1080p. But I couldn't do it in 4K because when I do the multiple camera setups and I go through this switcher, it drops everything down to 1440, 1080 or 1440. It's not 4K. I could have done this in 4K, but it would have been one camera pointed at the moon, and most people probably would have clicked off if I just pointed the thing at the moon. So I hope the quality is good. Again, I did some research about what aperture I should use, and this is what we come up with. Now I could do one little test to see if there's anything different. So I'm going to shake it for just a second. I'm going to put it on a nope, it's too dark. Just leave it where it's at. I put the first level of ND, but it's better to use no ND. Just keep it at F11 and just let it roll. Yeah, so I did some research today, and that's what they said to do. So there you go. I'm filming this on an FX3. I need to lock in the focus. I don't want to mess anybody up here. Hold on just a second. Take that to about there we go, right there. Okay, back to your comments. Okay, Todd saying the focus is good. Well, Okay, somebody's asking, is it ongoing or just starting? Well, it's been ongoing, but it's just starting for us because it was obscured by the neighbor's roof. But we're on my balcony outside. These houses in the neighborhood have very high roofs, so it's just starting for us. But the good news is we've got a clear sky, and I should be able to track it for a long time. So from here on out, knock on wood, unless there's a brownout or the CCP tries to block my broadcast, we're good for a while.
There's a lot of stars now.
We're good for a while. Got 259 folks here now. Thank you very much for joining in. If you're just joining us, we're broadcasting live the lunar eclipse here from the Philippines. We're in a position just on the south side of Angeles City, which is where Clark Air Base is. And we're just out here on my balcony. Again, it's been ongoing, but I had to wait for it to clear the neighbor's roof line. But we should be good to go. It's a mostly clear night. There were only a few clouds. I'm seeing stars, so I should be able to track it for a while now. 244 folks here now. Thank y'all very much for joining us. Thank you very much for tuning in. I've never really paid close attention to lunar eclipses in the past. I mean, yeah, I've seen them, but you know, just setting this up and filming this and doing some research between last night and today, learned so much about it. But again, I'm not an astronaut. I just play one here on YouTube. Okay, so the total eclipse starting around 7:04 p.m. Is that what everybody's saying? So we're about 25 minutes out until it fully eclipses. Is that the right terminology?
Why don't I see it?
Baby, if you look up now, you can see it.
Where?
Their chair's sort of up. The reason they can't see it is their chair's down low, and I've got the camera way up on the tripod.
I just look in the video.
Well, you can see it now, Big Pumpkin. Mike and Glad, how are you? Okay, yeah. They're talking about, looks like a porch light down the road. Yeah, if I pointed my FX3 at it last night, and it has a 35mm prime lens, and it looked like a little dot way down. I mean, you couldn't see nothing. It just looked like a dot. You've got to have a zoom lens. This old camera that I'm using, it has a 10x optical zoom. I think it equates to about 135mm zoom. And it has built-in ND filters, which right now I don't seem to need them. But typically, if I'm filming a bright moon, you have to use ND or it's just blown out. And plus, you see a lot more detail when you're using the ND. Yeah, now you can see it. I told you, you just had to wait. Just patience, baby, patience. Yeah, the kid, we do need a telescope. I think Maria would love watching stuff through the telescope.
Oh, that's right now.
Okay, we're in the Philippines, just south of Angeles City, in the vicinity of SM Telebastagan. So anybody who's looking for the exact location of the camera, we're very near SM Telebastagan.
Wait, Marquitos, can I borrow your cell phone?
Okay, viewing from Zamboanga del Norte. Can't see the moon too well because of the thick jungle canopy. Well, I couldn't see it at all due to my neighbor's big, beautiful roof. But we can see it now. In Bulacan, it's half visible and half invisible. I think that's what we're seeing. So being that it's getting up towards the top of the screen, everybody just stand by. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the camera angle. So it's going to shake for just a second. Everybody just bear with me. Old Steven Spielberg. But I got to get a better angle on the dangle. Okay. All right. So hopefully we're still all dialed in. Yeah, baby, I'd have to ask you to hold on to the boy because you can't see these wires over here. Just get a good grip on them, or else my whole castle will come tumbling down. All right, so anybody on the big screen TV, are we still good?
Let's go. Can I bat the kids?
No, baby, they want to see the full moon. Keep them out here so they can see it.
Come here na, Maria.
Yeah, get Maria back out here.
Come here.
Okay, back to your comments, folks. We got 294 folks tuning in. If you're just joining us, you're witnessing the lunar eclipse, also known as the blood moon, and we're broadcasting from a position just south of Angeles City here in the Philippines. So if you look up Clark Air Base, but we're specifically in the vicinity of SM Telebastagan for anybody who really wants to know the angle of the dangle, and if you're working for NASA. So if you're working for NASA and you really want to know, send me an email. I'll give you the 8-digit grid where the camera's positioned. Boom, just broke the 300 viewer barrier. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. Man, them Google squirrels, they're gonna be happy with me tonight. Thank y'all very much. How many thumbs up are we showing? Looks like we're showing 110 thumbs up. Appreciate those as well.
It's just like that.
Honey, you just have to be patient and keep watching and see what happens, baby. Okay?
They're going dark and they're going light.
Okay,
Dark.
if you would just watch the moon, you would know exactly what happens. Watching a movie with the Filipina is painful. They want you to tell them what happens. You're like, just watch the movie. Just watch the moon. Baby, please just watch the moon. 308 folks, thank you very much. If you don't mind, share this on your all your social media channels if you don't mind. If you know anybody at NASA, share it with them. Okay, can I see it with the naked eye? Yes. Fatima and the kids are just watching it.
It's more beautiful in here.
Yeah, it's much more beautiful watching it via the naked eye. And basically what I'm seeing on the screen, it's like the perspective that we see is bigger than what I'm seeing on the screen. And according to NASA and everybody else, you don't need any special equipment or glasses or anything like that. It's not like a solar eclipse.
So small.
So what?
In your camera, but where's the moon?
Well, maybe you got to understand. Okay, she's saying it's so small on the screen. Okay, it is, but that's with about 135 millimeter zoom. It's a 10-time optical zoom.
You cannot
It's
adjust
about
that?
135.
Or
No, that's as far as we can zoom in. That's as far as I can zoom in. But if I would, again, I used this FX3 last night, which is a beautiful, wonderful camera. But I only have the 35 millimeter prime.
Mama.
It's a 1.4. The thing sort of sees in the dark. It's a great lens, but 35 millimeters is not long enough to film the moon. So it would just look like a dot. Yeah, but it's just absolutely majestic sitting here watching it with the naked eye versus what I'm seeing on the screen. I'm not sure if you guys can see the outline. See, we can see the outline. Like, we can see the outline of the part that you probably don't see on your screen. That's why I kept saying it looks like there's cloud cover over it, but it's not. It's the eclipse. But when I first saw it, I thought it was coming up through the clouds. Okay, so to your comments, let's see. Got 278 folks here now. JC Spark, is this real? 100% it's real. I'm filming this from my balcony here in the Philippines, and I'm looking at the moon. Well, it's right there for me, but it's backwards there. But yeah, I'm looking at it with my own two eyes. Just beautiful. Baby, are the kids watching? Where's Maria at? You see the moon, sweet Maria? So it's just getting thinner and thinner. It's getting thinner and thinner, but again, with the naked eye, we can see the roundness of the moon, and it just looks like that one little sliver is like a hat. I can't see that on my screen from the camera.
The dark part is gonna be light.
But, yep. Everybody wants to know all the answers, but I'm not a moonologist. I'm not a moonologist or an astronaut. I just gotta wait and watch like everybody else. Okay, so to your comments, let's see.
Someone said it's already finished in the Philippines.
About how many degrees above the horizon in the PI? Man. I mean, I'd hate to even guess, and the reason is because I'm up on the second deck. I'm looking over the neighbor's roof. Man, I'd hate to even guess. Okay, just a second. I'm gonna reposition the camera. I think we're good right there for another second. Couple minutes, I'll reposition the camera so we put it back down low. But again, if you're just joining us, okay, on the screen it just looks like a crescent, but with the naked eye you can see the silhouette of the moon. I mean, can't you baby?
Huh?
You can see the whole moon, right? Yeah, we can see the whole moon. It looks like it's just got a hat on top that's made of light. We can still see the whole moon, almost like it's a light bulb, like a light bulb above the moon. Now you can't see that on the screen. The camera's just not picking it up. Maybe on a big screen, but not on my computer screen here.
Daddy, why did the moon glow?
Okay, so y'all bear with me. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust it and put it back down at the bottom of the screen so I don't mess around and let it get out of frame. That would be horrible. So here we go, just a second.
Look at us. They have a lot of mosquito here.
Okay, so Big Pumpkin, my old lady, is complaining that there's a lot of mosquitoes here. Okay, well, it's up to y'all. If y'all want to keep watching the moon. But for me, it's majestic. The mosquitoes can do what they got to do. I'm staying here watching the moon, see what it does.
The moon can cure the
Daddy, why
Okay,
did
so
the moon glow?
all right, 298 folks here. Thank y'all very much for tuning in. If you're, I'm sorry, sweetie. Papa will explain it to you. Papa will have to pull up some reference material because she asked, why does the moon glow? Well, it's because of the light from the sun shining on it and reflecting. But we'll pull up some information tonight or watch a documentary, okay? But right now, just watch the real thing.
I'm tired.
Everybody's tired. They're hollering they're tired. The mosquitoes are eating them up. Big Pumpkin, I leave it up to you. If they're getting eat up by mosquitoes,
You guys,
y'all go on in there.
I just watch in the.
Well, watching on the screen is
It's different.
definitely not the
I like
same
them-
as to what we're
I let
seeing.
them sleep, then I come out.
Okay, baby. All right, young kids, they just don't have the attention span, you know, to go the distance. So she's gonna take them inside. Plus, there are a few mosquitoes out here eating on old single dad, but it's okay. All right, back to your comments. Let's see, KC, there's a Jalapenos Tex-Mex Cantina in the SM. That's good to know. All right, so yeah, what you're seeing on the screen, that little sliver, it's just getting smaller and smaller. But again, with the naked eye, you can clearly see the outline of the moon. See a little bit of the tail of the moon. Again, it just looks like that little light part is a hat. But I realize with the camera, you're not going to be able to see what I'm seeing with my own two eyes. But just what a beautiful night. There's stars all above us. Clouds seem to have just went away. Just absolutely gorgeous here in the Philippines. If you're just joining me, folks, yeah, I ain't got no shirt on. Why? Because it was hot as could be today, setting up all this stuff. I was setting up stuff since about noon, and it was hot. I just couldn't take it no more. Had jeans and a shirt on, gonna look presentable, and it got so hot. I took a shower, put some shorts on to just get the mission accomplished. So NASA probably is not going to give me a big huge grant because I'm not dressed for success. But all my female viewers are happy. They always request that I do these videos with no shirt on, so at least I'm making the ladies happy. 345 Adventures checking in from the Cayman Islands. Can you give us a report? Can you see it from your perspective there in the Cayman Islands? Let's see. Got South Cotabato checking in. Yeah, if you're just joining us, this is the Lunar Eclipse, also known as the Blood Moon. And I'm broadcasting from my balcony here in the Philippines, which is on the south side of Angeles City near SM Telebastagan. And it's just absolutely gorgeous. I know on the screen you see that little sliver, but here with the naked eye you can clearly see the whole moon. It's just like very dimmed with that one bright spot, you know, the bright part that you see on the screen there. And is it my imagination, or did that thing just like stand still? It's been very slow moving. Maybe that's just my imagination. It's like it was moving very fast. Now it's just froze there. Yeah, so just absolutely just a gorgeous, gorgeous sight. Okay, was better before I adjusted. Can't see anything now. Well, the settings are the same, and so I guess it's just because there's just not enough light. I mean, it's just almost totally gone from the camera's perspective. I'll tell you what I'll try to do. I could try to adjust. Let's take the F11 down, and if it's really better, I'm gonna kick myself. But it wasn't last night, it was too bright. But at this point in the game, I think let's open up the aperture and see what happens. That's an F4. That's an F4. Is that any better, or did it change a whole lot? Okay, maybe you can see more with the F4. Because see what happens with the normal moon, it's so bright. It's so bright that you have to stop down the aperture or add some ND. And then I did the research today, and everybody said, and NASA said, you know, use F11, what have you. But since there's very little light right now, I've opened up the aperture as wide as it goes to an F4. So you can see more of the circle, and you can see more. But once it starts getting bright, then I'll have to stop it back down, or just start adding ND. In just a second here, I'll go ahead and readjust it, center it back down. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and adjust it just in case. I don't want this thing running out of frame. So everybody just hold what you got. Here he goes. Give it just a second to quit bouncing. Just a second, it'll stop bouncing. So if you're just joining us, 283 folks here now. Thank you very much for joining us. I know this camera's going in and out of focus. I just got no light out here. And plus, when I'm wearing glasses, the thing always, you always have problems when you're wearing glasses, especially in low light. So if it's not exactly into focus, my bad. The main thing is the moon. Okay, so very cloudy here on the Gold Coast in Australia. Okay, so you can see now half of the dark diameter. So we'll just leave that at a f4 until she gets bright again. Yeah, it's small. It's small, but that's as far as I can zoom. Okay. This camera that I'm shooting on has about a 10-time optical zoom, which is about, I think it's a 135 millimeter zoom. So it is zoomed all the way in, and if I were to zoom it in anymore, it's going to pixelate. But what you're seeing now is a true zoom through the optical, through the lens. It's an optical zoom, not pixelating it and zooming it in digitally. Again, I used my 35 millimeter lens last night, pointed it at the moon, and it looked like a dot. I mean, it literally looked like a dot. You couldn't see nothing. Do you need a longer lens to film the moon? Yeah, you need a longer lens if you're really serious about it. And I've filmed the moon many times before when it was a bigger perspective. But the perspective here, I mean, it's very small, and that's as close as I can get it with my equipment. See, Zachary says, bro, this is not the moon. That's the moon, my friend. Center of your screen. That's as bright as I can get it without adding, well, I'll tell you what, let's add a little bit of gain. We'll add a little bit of gain. What do we got to lose? It's going to pixelate, obviously, but we'll add some gain. Okay, that's 30 dBs right there. Okay, so that pixelated everything, right? Let's take it down a little bit. That's too much. Let's take the gain down to, that's 24, 18. How about 18? How does 18 look? That's 18 on the gain. Do you need binoculars? No. Not from where I'm sitting. You do not need binoculars. But it's a very small, it's not like a big, huge moon. You can see it without binoculars, but it looks distant. Okay, so again, it's a little pixelated. That's 18 dBs on the gain. Now we have an aircraft flying over, probably coming out of Clark, and it may go through the frame. That would be cool if it did. It's headed in the direction of the moon. I mean, it's like on a straight, like it's on a final headed toward the moon. I don't know if y'all will be able to see that or not. Okay, reading your comments over here. Yeah, Final Countdown playing in the background. I've been sitting out here listening to 80s music all day. That's pretty much what I listen to most of the time anyhow. Final Countdown. So I don't know if that aircraft is gonna, if you're gonna see that aircraft or not. You know what? I need to pull it up just a little. Hold on, here we go. See if that aircraft makes it into the frame. $324 folks here now. Thank you very much for joining us. We're watching the blood moon, the lunar eclipse here in let me turn that off, hold on. Here in see, there goes the aircraft. Too cool. Just south of Angeles City, south of Clark Air Base International Airport. And just sitting out on my balcony filming the eclipse here. Can y'all see that aircraft coming through there? Listening to 80s music, just chilling like a villain. Aircraft still headed in the direction of the moon. Okay, yeah, if you're just tuning in, folks, that's about as bright as I can get it without it getting too pixelated. And with the naked eye, it's actually maybe a shade darker than it is on your screen. So, you know, that's jacking up the gain, cranking up the gain on the camera. It's about similar. About similar, I'd say. But with the naked eye, it doesn't look as red. It looks a little bit more red on the camera. If I had to just be 100% honest, it looks a little bit lighter than it does on my screen. But I'm not looking at it on a big TV. I'm just looking at it on this laptop screen. All right, back to your comments. Yeah, it's pretty cool with that aircraft coming through there. Alright, it's 7:06 p.m. here in the Philippines, local time. I got 7:06 p.m. Today's Tuesday, March 3rd, for the record. And I was going to put some graphics and everything on the bottom, so, you know, for the record, you should see the date and the time and all that good stuff. But I didn't want anything to be obscured. I realize I have myself up in that corner up there, but I'm keeping an eye on it to make sure I'm not blocking anything important. That'd be horrible to block something important with my picture in a picture there. $365 folks here now. Thank you very much for tuning in. I realize people are tuning in and, you know, in and out of the stream. You're looking at the lunar eclipse, the blood moon, here from a perspective in the Philippines, broadcasting live from just on the south side of Angeles City, here in the Philippines. And if you see some what look like birds flying across the screen, it's actually a colony of bats. They show up every night. And last night when I was filming the moon, it just looked real cool. I got some really good footage of the bats flying across the moon. Now, you can't really see them now because it's dark. But when it was bright last night, those bats looked beautiful. Okay, so Led Zippo saying unfortunately he can't see it here in Taipei since it's quite overcast. Well, it's just a beautiful, beautiful evening here. It was warm today, don't get me wrong, it was warm. That's why I'm not wearing a shirt. I was going to dress up and look all presentable. and dragging this stuff out here, covering it up with, you know, trying to keep the sun load off of it. I wanted to make sure I had everything right and set up, and that I wasn't late, obviously, getting all the right buttons pushed. Let's see. Hey, Mary Joan, how are you? Got Planet 9 checking in. Ray, Victoria, how are you? Dragon, Gregory, thank y'all very much for tuning in. 353 folks and got 155 thumbs ups. Thank y'all very much for those thumbs ups. Yes, Big Pumpkin. Hey, Big Pumpkin. Big Pumpkin, Big Pumpkin. And folks, if the audio or anything goes down, or if there's any adjustments that need to be made, please, I'm open to suggestions. Baby, can I get some coffee, please?
Coffee in the...
Baby, can the astronaut please get a coffee?
No, man. No coffee, man.
Baby, I thought there was a coffee in there.
No, that's for tomorrow morning.
Baby, I might not go to bed tonight. I might be up all night with this blood moon. Come on, get your astronaut a coffee, please. That's bad, folks. When you work for NASA as an astronaut and your wife won't bring you a coffee.
It's already red.
It's red, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the camera is making it look a little bit more red than it actually is.
No, it's just the same.
It's about the same? Okay. Well, she's saying it's the same. I'm glad she said that, because I'm sitting here, my night vision is jacked up, obviously. So maybe it is a better representation. It just looks a little bit more red to me. Let's see, Diamond, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Jaden, thank you very much. Watch those wires. Oh,
Hi, everyone.
Folks, I'd like to introduce my Filipino wife number 2, known as Big Pumpkin. Ow, baby, watch. Baby, could I please get a coffee, please? I'm gonna be up all night tracking this moon. NASA's counting on me here. Okay, they might revoke my astronaut.
Someone said I cannot find the moon.
They might revoke my astronaut certification if I don't track this all night. I'm gonna need a coffee, please.
Is that Andrian?
Shout out to everybody.
Okay, well, do your shout outs, but please don't rip out my wires, because if you hit those wires, you're gonna take this whole thing down. So yeah, folks, this is my old lady, also known as Big Pumpkin, causing me stress. Yeah, right now, even with the naked eye, it looks now like there's cloud cover, but there's probably not.
It's just the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to describe what I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes. It looks like it's obscured by clouds. But please don't rip that down. Oh, Lord. You're not as nimble as you used to be, baby. Yeah, it looks like it's obscured by clouds. So what you're seeing on the screen, I'd say is a little brighter. Somebody said you're more beautiful than what? What? Oh, Big Pumpkin is more beautiful than the moon. Oh, thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you very much. Man, now she got a big head. Okay, folks, I'm gonna do another adjustment. So if you'll just bear with me here, I will adjust the camera so we don't lose any footage.
That's already fine.
Okay, now we're at 18 on the gain. So while I'm up here,
It's almost not. It's almost.
let me take it up.
fine.
Let me take it up to 24 on the gain. So that's 24 on the gain. I think that's just too pixelated. When I look at it on the screen, that is too pixelated. Let's keep her there
Hey,
at
Marquitos. This is the...
Keep her there at 18 on the game. 18 on the game seems to be that's pretty much an accurate representation. What do you think, baby?
What, Marquitos, if you do
what-
like this, the Aswang is going...
Okay, well, can you stop with the Oswald? Can you just look at the screen and tell me if you think that...
It's so small. It's better that...
Okay, but I'm saying the brightness. Does it look about the same, or do I need to add one more?
Add one more. It's not look the same.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to add one more, but it's going to pixelate. That's 18. Let's see, that's 21 right there. How does that look? Okay, that's not too pixelated. But again, folks, it's about the same brightness that I'm seeing with the naked eye that you're seeing on your screen. That pretty much matches, if you ask me. I don't know what it looks like on your big screen. But from my perspective, about the same, maybe a shade brighter from the camera. Big Pumpkin, could you come over here? I'm going to get you to lock this focus for me.
Marquitos, look, oh, you need to put that in the center.
Okay, baby, do you know that the moon is moving? So if I put it in the center, I'm going to have to move it twice as much. Oh, no. Over here, this camera here. Okay, I'm going to get her to lock the focus. You see that button right there? This one here?
I don't see it.
Okay, I want you to... No, don't turn the light on. Just put your finger on
I cannot
it.
see.
If you turn...
This one?
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on, folks. I'm going to get her to lock the focus. This thing's all over the place. Has it got a box on my eye?
Oh.
Okay, push it. Okay, old Steven Spielberg here. I should have locked the focus like 3 hours ago. Well, actually, in my defense, I had it locked. Then when I changed the aperture, I left it on automatic. All right, if you're just joining us, wow, I got 300 folks here watching. Thank you very much for joining us. You're looking at the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. Where I'm broadcasting from is just south of Angeles City in the Philippines. Where's Angeles City? It's north of Manila. Just look up Clark Air Base. And we're in the vicinity of SM Telebastagan. If anybody needs the exact angle on the dangle, I guess I could give you the azimuth. But what you're seeing on the screen is maybe a shade brighter than what we see with the naked eye, because I've jacked up the gain. I keep saying gain because the old camera has gain. The new cameras is ISO. But that's the best I can get it. I realize it's small on the screen, but I'm zoomed all the way in with the optical zoom. If I would zoom any further with the software, it would just be pixelating. You know, it's just digital. It's not a real zoom. So that's as far as the camera goes, and it's, I think it's like a 135 millimeter zoom. I wish I had a long lens for the FX3. It would be so much more detailed and brighter. But all I have for my FX3, what I'm recording on right now, is a 35 millimeter prime. And again, I pointed that thing at the moon last night. It was just a dot. It was like, oh, 35 millimeters is not gonna work to zoom in on this moon. Okay, so go over to your comments. And folks, I've been obviously tied up, so I know I'm missing a lot of comments. If I missed anybody that sent super chat money, let me go back. I can pull it up here. Let's see. I don't know if I put Guillermo on the screen there. And you know what? The minute I clicked that, I'm like, oh man, it's gonna mess up the moon. Thank you very much, my friend. So you go to all. Let's see. Hey girly, how are you? Terrence, Victoria, Fallen Angel. Let's see, Mike Shannon. Poggy's Kitchen says it just got cloudy here in Parent Yankee.
Just like that, Marcos? Or no?
What's that, baby?
It's just doing like that?
It's just doing like that.
Like it changed the color or something?
Well, you gotta watch it, baby. I'm not a moonologist. Do you see your eyes? Just point your eyes in that direction and stop staring at your cell phone. You're here. You have the best perspective. Just take a look. Just look at it. I don't know what it's gonna do. I'm not a moonologist. I just play one here on YouTube. Okay, let's see. So David says, let's see, 21 looks good on the gain. I think that's where we're at, right? And folks, again, feel free to add input. You want me to try to brighten it with the ISO, the gain, what have you, but it seemed like when I went past 21, it was just too pixelated. And again, if you're just joining us, that's about the same brightness. Whatever you're looking at on your screen is about the same brightness that I'm looking at through my own eyes right here, looking at it. It's just, you know, it's not very bright. Camera shot so perfect I can see Armstrong's first footprint. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. NASA gonna give me a big old huge grant after this one. I might have just secured me a free trip to the space station. Could happen. Crazier things have happened. Okay, Nash says cannot see the moon in Zamboanga City. Is that because of cloud cover, or you just can't see it there? Logan checking in from Ormoc on station. One of my exes lives in Ormoc. Don't be jealous, Big Pumpkin. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. She getting jealous. All right, 280 folks with us. If you're just joining us on the live stream, you're looking at the lunar eclipse from here, broadcasting from Angeles City in the Philippines. And it's just a beautiful, cool night. I see stars, as many as I can see from a suburban area and looking at these laptops, but just a beautiful night to be watching this moon. Just a nice little cool breeze going on. Let's see, Terrence, that's a good question, man. Okay, let me see if I can pull up. Let's see, where's my compass? I don't never use a compass on here. There's a compass right there. Let's see, allow once. Okay, from the camera, it's about, hold on, let me get accurate. Okay, let me just get over here right at the lens, and we'll put this to rest. Okay, it's about, let's see, I'd say 83 degrees, 82, 83 degrees. Yeah, let's go with 83 degrees from the camera. So 83 degrees, almost, is that almost due east? And the compass is saying I'm at a 230 foot elevation. So again, if NASA wants to know my coordinates, let's see if I can record this screen here. Man, how do you get this thing to... there we go. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. From the camera, I'm roughly pointed, best I can tell, 83 degrees. There we go. So I recorded that for NASA. Yep, just look to the east. Exactly. Dalcazar 62. Yep, just look east. But again, according to what somebody Googled, there was what was it? 13-degree offset. I can't remember what the information was from last night. And supposedly it was 50 minutes later, the moon rising last night. That was a quick Google search by one of the commenters. Don't hold me to that. Again, I'm not a moonologist. Okay, so I've got to go adjust the camera. See, I'll get to talking and forget what the main objective is here. The main objective is to film the blood moon. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of the screen. I'm putting it at the bottom of the screen just to minimize the times I have to move the camera. Lock her down there. And again, we're at F4, 21 on the gain. And my best guess is what you're seeing on the screen is about what I'm seeing with my own two eyes. Okay. So tomorrow what I'll do is I'll try to get, I'll ask the ladies, you know, she's got a crew of friends that come over in the morning. I should have asked them this morning. I just wasn't thinking about it. I'll ask them about the superstitions that they know from their families about the blood moon and lunar eclipses here in the Philippines. And that'll be a good, interesting video. They're all from down that way, from the Visayas. So it should be pretty interesting, pretty funny to get some of their family's superstitions. The one Big Pumpkin said is that if you're pregnant, you should not look at the lunar eclipse and you should cover up with a blanket, I guess is what she said. That's the one she heard. Let's see, Jazz, this says there is something kind of eerie about a lunar eclipse. It looks so surreal, like something tore a hole in the fabric of the universe, and this red moon is what you can see on the other side. Okay, so it's checking in from some folks who got cloud cover. Let's see, hey Mike, the first time watching was a $28 beach condo. Yeah, man, I miss living there. And folks, if you're alright, I just saw a flash of green. Okay, thank you very much, Fisher Lord. Thank you very much. I'm going to give it just a second before I put it on the screen, just where when the bar does that gymnastics in there, it doesn't cover up the moon. But thank you very much, my friend. Certainly appreciate you joining us. Okay, if you're just joining me and want to know where I'm broadcasting from, I'm here in Angeles City, just on the south side of Angeles City, in the vicinity of SM Telebastagan. But again, I'm trying to look with my eyes and compare it to what's on the screen, and it looks pretty similar. I mean, even the size on this laptop, it's you know, it's not close up in your face. It's just small and small. How do you describe it? Oh, there's another aircraft going through, but I would have to lower. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but there's another aircraft. You know what? Let me see if I can capture that. I don't know if y'all can see that aircraft. Maybe it's out of frame now. Just gonna try to capture that aircraft. All right, give it just a second. Again, I'm at 21. Looks like it's a little brighter now. Maybe it's just my imagination. And again, I don't see any clouds. I don't think we're dealing with clouds over there. There were a few earlier, but I don't think any of this footage has dealt with any clouds, but I can't be 100% sure. But like that aircraft that just went by, there's another one about to come by. I can see them clear as day. So I don't think any of the footage so far has been affected by cloud cover. But again, don't hold me to it. I'm not a weatherman, not a meteorologist either. Here comes another aircraft to the north of the moon. It might be out of frame. Maybe it comes into frame. I don't know. Leave it in the comments. Let me know. Do you see that aircraft just north? Not sure if it's going to make it in the footage. Ah, there we go. I see blinking lights. There you go. Shout out to whoever's on board that aircraft. They got a beautiful view up there, I'm sure. Listen to a little Bon Jovi right now. Little Bon Jovi. Alright folks, the audio's still good. Looks like I'm good on the battery on both levels. Yeah, if anything goes out of whack with the audio or the video, let me know. Please let me know. I'll try to make some adjustments. I realize it's a little bit small, but that's as far as my camera zooms in. If I try to make it any bigger, it's just going to be pixelated because it'll be a digital zoom. That was the same plane that passed by ours before. And that sure could be. From the $28 beach condo to $1 million neighborhood Lunar Eclipse. That's right. Thank you very much for tuning in, Jazz This. Hope you're doing well. $228 folks. Yeah, thank y'all very much for tuning in. Broke the 300 viewer barrier. Certainly appreciate that. Yeah, I like Metallica. I listen to mostly, not all the time, but I listen to a lot of 80s music. You know, when I'm just tooling around the house, I just hit 80s music. Takes me back to the 80s. A lot of times at night, I'm listening to Jason Aldean. But a lot of 80s music goes on. Hey Harold, how you doing? Got Dragon Gazuki, how are you? Or is that Dragon G Azuki? Let's see, Diane says you can't find the moon here in Metro Manila. Well, you gotta pretty much look east. And you probably, with the same issues I had earlier, you know, my neighbor's roof is so high, I had to wait until the moon cleared that roof. So that's probably the problem with all the tall buildings, but I'm just guessing. Yeah, I got to see Kenny G in person, in concert, Pattaya Beach. What a great evening. Let's see, Canada checking in Oriental Mindoro. How you doing, TK? Still got cloud cover in Mindanao, no moon here. Boom, off the top ropes of the octagon. Shout out to Barney, thank you very much, my friend. And I'll put those on the screen once the moon gets high enough to where my my box with the gymnastics moves doesn't block it. Okay, so Rose, you're here in the Philippines and you and your daughter can see it. All right, awesome. Yeah, it's like I said, it's pretty much what you see on the screen. It's what I'm seeing. About the same brightness. About the same brightness as far as I can tell. Heath, how you doing, my friend? David Knott, how you doing? Checking in from Botswana. Gina, how are you? Emily, got Southeast Tennessee checking in. Now, what time was it going down in Tennessee? I think it was early in the morning, U.S. time, right? I've already forgot. I did all the research and was reading about it earlier. I think it was very early in the morning. Let's see, DC got up at 5 a.m. to watch it. It was covered by clouds. Oh no. That's what I suspected would happen. I got bad luck. Murphy's Law always kicks in. And last night I sat there and watched it. It was beautiful. And I said, you know, just give me some luck. Give me a clear night, and it's worked out in my favor. Just a cool, clear night. Was a few mosquitoes, but once Big Pumpkin, my old lady, walked inside, the mosquitoes must have followed her inside. They're not really bothering me right now. DC on station. How you doing, Babo? Asinero 4671 up in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Sebastian, Jade. Let's see. Well, I'm not sure if you're asking what. I'm not sure what all the times are. All I know is right now it's 7:35 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, here in the Philippines, and what you see on your screen is what I'm seeing. Just to the east, about 83 degrees of my location, according to my iPhone, and I believe that to be pretty accurate. Okay, 2 to 4 a.m. in the Tennessee area, and it was raining. Yes, you had to get up early. And you know what? That's usually the thing. Like when I think back, like when these events go off where you got to get up at 2 in the morning, what do? You're gonna sleep through it because you got to get up, go to work the next day, and you end up missing it. That's, you know, good intentions to stay up and watch something or watch a launch, whatever, and if it's in the middle of the night, I just end up sleeping through it. All right, Rochi saying it's looking good out here in Bulacan. Let's see. Is that Shamil? How are you? You're watching the moon too? I hope I said that right, Shamil. Albutra 1753, thanks for joining us. Robert's reporting that they finally got the moon there in Bataan. Now look, there are a couple of clouds floating through at this point, but I just can't tell if they're affecting the coverage or not. I mean, I can pretty much say what you see on your screen is about the same brightness I'm seeing with my own two eyes, but there seems to be some light, like very thin clouds, like right overhead, so I don't know if they're playing a factor or not. I'm just not a weatherman. Can you see it with your eyes? Yes. Yep, you can see it with your eyes, and if you're looking at it on the screen, it's about the how do you describe like real life versus the screen? It's like the same perspective. I mean, I had to zoom all the way in to get this perspective, but it's very similar to the same size in the sky. I know everybody's got a different screen, but you know what I mean? Like, I can see that with my naked eye, but if I would point a 35 millimeter at it, it's just look like a dot. Point your cell phone at it, it's just going to look like a dot. Okay, now I'm going to put a couple of super chats on the screen. Let's see. So So I don't think that's going to interfere with the moon up there. So thank you very much to Fisher Lord. Watch some gymnastics of that thing. Thing does a front flip coming in there, and then does a back flip coming out. Let's see. And then shout out to Barney. Thank you very much, Barney. And then I'm gonna have to go ahead and adjust the angle of the dangle of the camera because it's almost out of frame. So y'all bear with me. We'll be moving the camera around. Just for a second, it's gonna shake. Give it just a second to stabilize. Again, I'm at a f4 right now. That's as wide as the aperture will open because I'm zoomed in all the way. The lens is at 2.8, but when you're zoomed all the way in, 4.0 is as wide as I can get it. 21 dBs on the gain. And looks like everything's still a go. I don't think there's any clouds in between us. Do you, baby? Do you see any clouds between us and the moon?
Wala.
Yeah, I think we're still clear. It's still clear. They're not affecting our moon observation. Whoa, whoa. Baby, how about that coffee? I've been waiting on that coffee.
Ay, that's for the morning lagi.
I know it's for the morning. But baby, I'm running an award-winning travel show here, filming the moon for NASA. I'm trying to get a ride up to the space station.
You're a cheap bastard.
My brother can't get no coffee. I'm a cheap
You're
what?
a cheap bastard.
Baby, it's a family-friendly show. Using those words, my gosh. I tell you what though, baby, but could you retrieve my button-up shirt? That way I can keep the mosquitoes off of the merchandise here, because these guns are insured. Let's see, back to the comments. Everything seems to still be operating in the green. I'll go back to your comments there. Okay. Anyone is live on the Philippines, put this emoji. Shout out to Vincent, how you doing? All right, all my ladies out there, I know y'all like it and prefer that I leave my shirt off, but got some
Shiba, every time I put for Malapascua Island,
yeah.
we just chill.
Okay, keep the mosquitoes off of me. Now I look presentable. Maybe NASA will give me that big grant now.
NASA na going to.
How you know NASA? How you know NASA is not going to give me a big grant? I would be glad to go mountain climbing to broadcast events like this. Yeah, no go in the coffee for me. She says that I have to wait until in the morning. That coffee's for in the morning.
Yeah, because you're cheap bastard.
Baby, I'm not a cheap. My gosh. Okay, all right. So I got my shirt on. Keep the mosquitoes off of me. I know the ladies out there are gonna be a little bit upset. I get comments and emails all the time requesting that I do these shows with my shirt off. Okay. Now I'm gonna put the microphone here. I want y'all to tell me, is that too loud or is it okay? How is the audio? Is the audio okay? Now I can wear that microphone. So Gregory says NASA wants to hire you, Big Pumpkin. You know what she'd be good at? They could hire Big Pumpkin as a taste tester for the food that they send up in space. And Big Pumpkin could tell them if it's good or not. She could do that. Let's see, Rome, how are you? We're doing well. Doing well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Elsie, got Kuya Steve checking in. Okay, reporting 5x5. All right, thank you very much, my friend. Gregory says okay for the audio. So see, that's the problem when you don't wear a shirt. I do have these little wireless mics that you can use with a necklace. So I usually have those on when I'm not wearing a shirt. But it was my intent and purpose. I had intentions of dressing up for this event. It just got too hot today. I just had to get out of them jeans, take a cold shower, put on some shorts, and finish setting all this stuff up. But now I'm good to go. I can go the distance. I'm not exactly sure because I've already forgot about what the time hack on this event is, like when the maximum, when it's supposed to be over. I think it's supposed to be over like 10 o'clock, but I can't remember now. All right, back to your comments here. All right, Marzy's reporting my audio is clear. Okay, thank y'all very much. I think on the last live stream, my microphone went dead for I don't know how many minutes. I wasn't paying attention. Everybody's, hey, no audio, no audio. The battery went dead. But that's why I like these old ones too. They are big and they're obtrusive, but you know what? The battery lasts a long time and they're easy to grab onto. And my little tiny ones, I'm always dropping them. So a lot of times it boils down to what equipment works with the least amount of problems. Hey, Mark Birthday, how you doing? Francis. We're on about a 60-day clock. So we'll be moving to the next duty station in approximately 60 days. And a destination still undetermined. Destination is unknown at this time. Okay, Kuya Steve's reporting super clear night here in the west, and watch with a telescope and night vision. I'd love to have a telescope. Maybe I need to, by Christmas, maybe I put that on the kids' Christmas list. They need a telescope. At least Maria would enjoy the heck out of that. Okay, Mindanao checking in, still reporting clouds. Hey Ike, how you doing? You know, I'm not sure exactly what the exact times are. I mean, the thing looks reddish right now, so I don't know when the peak time is. I knew before the stream, but now I just can't remember right offhand. Somebody could put the times there. There you go. Let's see. 7:04 totality begins at 7:04. Let me go to the old iPhone here, and it's 7:47. So I guess this is the full. We're still in the full Monty, or is that sliver on the right side indicating that we might be coming out of it? I don't know. I'm not a moonologist. And the ones in the past, I don't think I've ever watched them this long. So this is a learning experience for me. All the research was definitely a learning experience. And sitting here and watching this thing with my own two eyes is definitely a learning experience. Now one thing, I'm gonna have to get Big Pumpkin to help me move my table over to the right, because I've got a little bitty corner of a roof that's gonna block my view with the naked eye. Now with my luck, all this stuff would come tumbling down. Maybe I should leave it where it's at and I can just watch it on the screen, or I go like that. All right, Lucina, and it looks perfect. Very visible here in the southern Philippines. Okay, gotcha with ice. Lasting nearly an hour. So yeah, so we're still in the event.
Marcos, you need to turn
Okay,
on the air.
very visible right here in southern Luzon, Laguna. Now, the kids are ready for bed. And folks, these kids, they sleep with the aircon. They love the aircon. Both of them do. Maria claims, she'll sometimes claim she don't, she does. They both love the aircon. I'll tell on myself. I mean, we sleep with the aircon running. Everybody sleeps better, keeps the mosquitoes at bay. So I told them, I said, hey, I can't turn the aircon on. It's gonna mess up my audio. Well, they're in there waiting for old single dad to come cut the aircon on. All right, it's got me and Mar checking in. So I'm gonna have to I'm gonna adjust the camera first. I'll adjust the moon back down to the bottom so we don't lose any footage. But then I'm gonna have to take like a 2-minute break, put y'all on cruise control while I go tuck the children in. All right, so just a second, it's gonna shake a little bit, a little shake, rattle, and roll. I'm gonna put it back over here, and then let it stabilize again. It's still just on 21 on the gain, still at a 4.0. So everything seems to be operating in the green. Okay. All right, let me take a look. Okay, looks like we're good, right? So I tell you what, folks, I'm gonna leave the microphone here because you'll learn your lesson. Like, if you go take a restroom break and you still got the wireless mic clip to you, yeah, learned that lesson many times in the past. Always leave your wireless mic here. And Big Pumpkin, can you do some narration while I'm gone? I'm just gonna go. She's too shy. So folks, give me 2 minutes to go tuck the children in. I will be right back. So I'm leaving it to you in the comments. If anybody says what's going on, y'all let them know the host is taking a 2-minute 10-100 break and tucking the children in. I'll be right back. I shall return. Forrest G's hollering about that aircon. Okay, I'm gonna go under the wires, or should I go over? I'm gonna go over one at a time. Okay, baby.
You want me to stay here?
Yeah, I'm leaving the microphone there. Okay. So if anything important happens, you just shout out into the microphone.
Hello everyone. Tay-taan ni rong gatay dyan. Ay, gatay dyan.
about that coffee, baby? Baby, listen, I'm gonna need that coffee. Come on, baby, give me that coffee. Ain't no joke now. It's not like I'm asking for a table dance. I need some coffee. My gosh. All right, folks, I'm back. I have returned. The old lady's still holding out and don't want to bring me no coffee. My gosh, I'm just not asking for too much. Bring a man some coffee. She says it's for in the morning. Just bring the coffee now, and then in the morning go get me some more coffee. What I can do here. All right, so let me go back to your comments. If you're just joining me, I'm broadcasting live from Angeles City, broadcasting the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. I'm just south of Angeles City here in the Philippines, south of Clark International Airport, Clark Air Base. All right, Raymond, how are you? Prairieville, Louisiana, checking in. Let's see. Marzi, got Kevin checking in from Beloit Beach. How's the view over there from Beloit Beach? Can you see the moon from the beach area there? All right. See Daly, how are you? Gulf Shores, Alabama, checking in. Oink 187. That's a great idea. Table Dance Coffee Company. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on. Does it look like we're getting some light back on the right side of the moon? Looks like it's brightening up. I'll give it another minute or two, and I'll put her back down at the bottom of the screen. And then once it starts lightening back up, then obviously I've got to turn that gain down. So y'all make sure you remind me. Right now I've got the gain, ISO, whatever you want to call it. On the FX3 it's ISO, on the old cameras it's gain. I've got that jacked up so you can see it, but once it starts getting bright, I need to turn that down. If I don't remember to turn it down, it'll just look like a light bulb. It'll be too bright. 176 folks here now. I want to thank y'all very much for joining me on this live stream, watching this beautiful event here in the Philippines. Ronell, how are you? Got Emily checking in. Elvira, how are you? Sitting here chilling, listening to some 80s music, dreaming about a cup of coffee. It's not even brewed coffee, it's the 3-in-1. All she got to do is go down there, you know, hit the switch on the hot water heater and then pour it into mix it up. It doesn't take long. Hey James, how are you? And y'all hear my son in the background. He's not happy about something. I'm not sure what they're doing in there. I think he wants to watch his video, and Maria probably put on some craft show. She loves watching crafts, how to make crafts and stuff. And of course she likes to watch the Malapascua video with Atimati, where we went swimming, went over there and ate pizza. That's his favorite video. I think that's what the dispute is about. Okay, so I think I need to go up and adjust the camera back down. I'll be right back with you. I think we can leave the gain where it's at right now, but let me adjust it down so the moon does not go out of frame. And this is so much nicer having the wireless mic clipped on my shirt. Okay, so we'll lift that up a little bit, bring her on down, and a little bit of noise in the background from noisy motorbikes and trikes coming through. Mostly very quiet here in this neighborhood. It's the most quiet place I've ever lived since we've since I've been coming to the Philippines. I'm so quiet at night, mostly you can't hear nothing. Down in her hometown, it does get quiet late at night, but you know, here I don't hear any vid jokey till 2, 3 in the morning like I do down there. Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little brighter. Looks like it's getting a little brighter.
Here, oh, I put for she sleeps.
Okay, so Big Pumpkin brings me out a cup of coffee. Thank you very much, Big Pumpkin, to the rescue. I should complain and say, why didn't you put it in my Yeti cup? But my Yeti cup's right here. All right, so I got a 3-in-1 coffee. What's a 3-in-1 coffee? Boom! Hey, Barney, coming off the top ropes of the octagon. Wow, I love the moon. I do too. I'll put that on the screen as soon as the moon gets a little bit further north. A little slurping action there. But I got a 3-in-1 coffee. It's not brewed coffee. People say, what's a 3-in-1 coffee? I say it's like hot chocolate, but it tastes a little different. But that's what you get here. Everybody likes to have coffee in the morning, but it's not real coffee. It's not brewed coffee. I actually have a coffee maker now, but I ran out of coffee. I just haven't went and re-upped my coffee. But you know what you notice when you have good coffee, ample supply of coffee, you end up drinking too much coffee. Yeah, Forrest G's complaining that she hasn't made him any coffee either. Yeah, I think he's complaining about the video. Every night, folks, every night he watches that Malapascua video where everybody's swimming. And he just jumps around. He's so happy. He's glued to the TV. So I'll put it on and tell Maria, hey, let him watch this video. But the minute I cut the corner, she's over there changing it to crafts. And he don't like that, obviously. He don't want to watch crafts. He wants to watch the beach, the swimming. That's what he loves. And Jelly, how are you? All right, let me come over here to check our stats. Still got 188 folks here now, 189. I want to thank y'all for joining us on tonight's live stream of the lunar eclipse, the blood moon. According to my research, it'll be another 3 years before anybody will see what we're witnessing tonight. There's a partial eclipse coming up, I think in August, but the next full lunar eclipse will be 3 years from now. Simply, how are you? Yep, I'm in the Philippines, broadcasting from Angeles City. The Empress, how are you? You know what, Daly? He might love watching Baywatch. Actually, he probably would love that show. But he loves the beach. That's his thing. That's why you know, we moved up here, and I think he watches that video and he's like, hey, what? I used to go to the beach all the time. Now I'm not going to the beach. What's going on here? But we all miss the beach. Francis, how are you? First time seeing a real blood moon? Because you went outside. All right, well, good deal. Changing locale, how are you? Let's see, let me check the perspective. Pretty much matches what I'm seeing. Now, do y'all see that little flashing light just south of the moon? Because I don't see it with the naked eye, but I'm seeing a little flashing light below the moon, a very tiny flashing, like a pixel. Let me look up here in the sky. I cannot see it with the naked eye, but I'm clearly seeing something flashing on the screen. Does anybody else see that? Or is that just my imagination? Anybody see it? Hey Maximus, how are you? Chicago checking in. Hey Anthony, I'm zoomed all the way in, my friend. That's as far as my zoom goes. It's about I think 135 millimeters. But on the laptop, I'm seeing a flashing light just below the moon. Actually, I see two now. I see one below the moon and one to the bottom left. Let's see if I can see them in the sky. I can't see them, but you know, my night vision is not great because I'm staring at the screen. But does anybody else see that flashing light just below the moon, or is it just me? Is it artifact from the game? Well, let's go prove or disprove it. I'll change the game. Okay, so I'm over here. I don't see it with the naked eye. I'm at a 21 on the gain. I'm going to be shaking the camera because I got a cup of coffee in my hand. I'm trying to do this with the other. Let's see. That's 15 on the gain. Let me turn it back up. You know what? Here's what I got to do. I got to set the coffee down. You can't do two things at once. Do I still see it on the screen? Not seeing it now. $18, $21, $24. That's 24 on the gain. And I think, again, 24 is just too pixelated. Now I'm seeing the light again right now. But if I take it down, you're not going to see that light. That's 18. That's 15. Do we still see the blinking light right below the moon? I took it down one notch. Do I still see it? When I take it down one notch, I do not. Oh yeah, I still see it. I still see it. So let's put it back up where it was at. It's 15. Let's put it at 18. Was I at 18 or 21? No, let's leave it at 18. And I'm going to go ahead and adjust the camera again. We just bring this down so we're not missing any footage. Just let it stabilize. Okay, we're stabilizing there. And I don't know, on my laptop I still see that little flashing light below the moon, so it's definitely not a burnout pixel on my screen. Who knows, could be somebody's drone out there filming. Do I see it on my other laptop? All right, I'll go back to your comments. Obviously starting to see some light on the right side of the moon now. Starting to get some action. Yeah, definitely starting to see the crescent on the right side of the moon. And I got to be Johnny on the spot, turning down the gain or going back to F11. Okay, so Jazz This says you noticed that dot too. Yeah, probably somebody's drone. Yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, we're watching the blood moon from a perspective here in the Philippines. The camera is pointed at an 83-degree azimuth, you know, almost due east. Just south of Angeles City is where the camera is filming from, where we're sitting out on my balcony. So starting to get some action now. How many folks we got here? 188 folks. I want to thank y'all for joining in. Thank you for tuning in to this live stream, this IRL stream in real life, watching the lunar eclipse. It's 8:09 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 for the record. Sapelo, yeah, that's what I saw. I saw one below, flashing light below, and one to the left appeared to be fixed. I mean, a lot of folks are out tonight trying to film the same thing I'm filming, so you know, this could be little drones not too far away. I don't know. All right, now I'm going to turn. Should I turn the gain down a little bit, or are we okay where we're at right now? Asahi, how are you? Why are you sad, my friend? You're sitting here with 188 people. No reason to be sad. You're not alone. Let's see, audio, how are you? We got Mike back in the house. Yeah, starting to get some action now. So old single dad is gonna have to be Johnny on the spot with the camera settings. So I think right now I'm gonna have to go down a bit, or else we're just gonna be looking at what looks like a light bulb. Take her down to 15. How about down to 12? Can we still see enough detail? And then this was the dilemma. Is that too dark? So folks, if you're just joining us, what you're looking at is the moon from a perspective up here in the Philippines, just south of Angeles City. About 83 degrees from the camera. And it's just been absolutely beautiful. What you're seeing on the screen is pretty much what we're seeing here, except for the naked eye. I can see much more detail in the part that's not lit up, and that tells me that I probably need to, I'm thinking I need to go back to an F11 and take that gain off. So bear with me for a second. I'm going to try to make some adjustments, and you can tell me if it's worse or better. Okay, so we go to the gain. Let's go down. That's 0 gain at an F4. And you obviously see a different perspective. You see more detail in the light, and then you can't see the other part of the moon. So let me just take it. Let me just take it up to. That's about 12 right there. How does that look?
It's going to be white.
No, I think I need to do what NASA said, go back to F11. So bear with me. I'm about to make another change. Bear with me just a second. Exposure, that's not what I'm going for. I need this right there. That's an F4. Okay, back at an F11. That's 9 on the gain. Okay, did we do better or did we do worse? Let's kick the gain up. Now that's at an 18 on the gain. Okay, that's not what I'm seeing. So just give me a second. I gotta take the, I gotta open that back up. Keep that at an F4. Just bear with me for a second. I'm making some camera adjustments. I think we just need to hold right there. F4 at 18. Yeah, let's just hold right there. Because you can see the tail in the dark part of the moon. And that's basically what my eye is seeing. I can't see any detail in the light part. So that's pretty much what we're seeing.
So you're going to...
Right there.
That's going to be white again.
Well, it's going to be it's coming out of the eclipse. Okay, so now we can see some action going on.
Time saw that.
Okay, watch, baby. It's going right now. Just take a look. Don't take your eyes off of it. It's happening quickly. Okay, folks. So if you're watching on your big screen TV, let me know in the comments how it looks. You know, it's all trial and error. I think that's the best view until it gets mostly lit, and then I'll have to make some other adjustments. But that's as close as to what I'm seeing right now with the naked eye. So anybody that's watching it on a big screen, let me know how it looks.
Yeah, the white's getting big.
Okay, now I got two issues going on. Let's see, I need to plug in. I'm going to be plugging in power to my receiver. So anybody let me know if this changes the audio. It shouldn't. But I need to charge that, and I need to swap out microphones. So the camera's going to shake just a minute. I got to get this wireless mic off of there. There we go. All right. So I'll change microphones here on the go. Pretty much seamless. There you go, red light. So I've talked so much that I've ran down a wireless microphone. Check. That's the good thing about having two mics, is you just plug the receiver in, it charges while it's still recording, and then you find another plug for this guy. Okay, so somebody let me know, how's the video, how's the audio? I'll go back to your comments. Okay, hey Andy, checking in from Pennsylvania. How are you? Watch your wires, big pumpkin.
Oh,
Hey, do you have another plug to plug that into? Never mind. Say. Okay, Kuya Steve says there's an audio buzz. Okay, all right, that's what I need to know. Is there a buzz now? Okay, that's the problem. Can't plug in the receiver or it'll be a buzz. Okay, is there still a buzz? Because I'll tell you what it probably is. It might be the aircon tilt. You might be hearing the aircon. So what about now? If there's still a buzz now, I think it's because of the aircon. Oh, okay, it's better. Okay. Alright, so I tried to be slick about it and charge my receiver on the go, but it creates a buzz. No problem. No problem. We're good now. Okay, let me take a look. Okay, Chili says it's fixed. Alright, thank you very much. Fixed. All good. Okay. Let's check what it looks like with a naked eye. It's pretty much what I'm seeing. I can see the detail over to the left in the dark part. And with the naked eye, you know, pretty much the brightness is sort of, you know, the highlights are blown out, as we say. So I'll just let it roll like that until it gets back to normal. And then I'll change the exposure where you can see the detail in the bright parts. So it's 8:20 p.m. right now, Tuesday, March 3rd. If you just tuned in, we're watching the total lunar eclipse and blood moon live from my balcony here in Angeles City, up in the Philippines. Where's Angeles City? Well, north of Manila, just south of where I'm at, just south of the city. Beautiful night here. Okay, so when I plugged that thing in, it sounded like a generator. Alright, my bad. A lot of this stuff, folks, it's all about trial and error, you know? It's all about trial and error. That's why I like to always keep that dialogue open. Hey, if there's something wrong with the video, the audio, let me know. Okay, there's some buzz. Hey Bruce, how you doing, man? There's some buzz, but only half as much. That's the aircon. It's that window unit. That buzz just gets picked up with the wireless mics, but the kids in there trying to go to bed, so I'll fire the sound guy. Let's see. Hey Andy, how are you? Yes, I'll let it get about halfway, and then we'll change the exposure where we can see the bright parts. How about that? Let me take a look. It looks pretty much the same as you see on the screen. I can see the detail in the dark area, and then the light area not so much. So that's sort of what I'm seeing with my own two eyes here. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Hey John, thank you very much. Patriot Pride checking in. See Traveling Man, Andy Gaming, Philippine YT. Thanks everybody for tuning in to watch this event, hang out. I'm just happy. I'm gonna tell you, when we first started this and that moon wasn't coming up as I expected, then I did get worried. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm making the assumption that moon's coming up in the same place. Started to get a little bit worried. But nope, old single dad had everything dialed in. I wish I had a long lens for the FX3, but I don't. And the truth is, I don't, you know, my run and gun camera is this camcorder, the camcorder that's filming the moon. I don't need anything else for it. So it don't make sense to go out and buy a long lens for the FX3, which most of the time sits on a tripod. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move it. We'll go ahead and move it back down to the bottom of the screen as the action continues. This lunar eclipse. All right, so bear with me just a second. Be a little bit shaky. Just bring the moon down right there. Sort of shoot over here because it's going that direction. That'll buy some time there. Oh, and it looks like we have another aircraft that's going to come across the path. Now bear with me because this is too cool. Just imagine if you're on that aircraft and later on you watch this footage. There's another aircraft that's going to come just below the moon. I think it should come into view. Maybe I didn't adjust it enough, but maybe we see this aircraft. Did it make it in the frame? I think I messed it up. It did not capture the aircraft in the frame. My bad. So whoever's on that aircraft, maybe next time. All right, so I'll go ahead and move this back down to the bottom of the frame. So buy some time there. That moon is just constantly moving out of the frame. So it's just pretty much, like I said, pretty much what I'm seeing on the screen is what I'm seeing with the naked eye. Very similar. I don't think anything's doing anything too crazy to change what I'm seeing. That looks pretty cool on the screen. Like what I'm seeing on the screen now, it looks like the bright part may be a little bit bigger, but we'll let that roll. We'll let that roll for a little while. And it sort of looks like an acorn. In Fort Lauderdale. Girls, girls. Sitting here listening to 80s music if you're just joining me. Nothing like listening to 80s music and watching a lunar eclipse here in the Philippines. I'm just proud all my equipment is still operating in the green. Now one piece of equipment has went down during the stream. How long we've been streaming? 3 hours, 43 minutes, 21 seconds. Had low battery on one wireless mic, but I changed it before it went out. Man. Yeah, listening to some Motley Crue. Yeah, that is just a too cool view right there. I hope it turns out well on your big screen. We got a 55-inch, so I'm anxious to watch it later on, see how it looks on the big screen. Yeah, it's pretty much what it looks like. It's got that's a little bit of red, but it's almost like black and white. On the screen, I see that little bit of red tint on the left, like the left bottom part of the dark. But like looking up into the sky, it's just like light and dark. I don't really see the colors. Alright, so Jazz this, thank you. It says looks badass on my Samsung 75-inch QLED. Alright, cool. Pretty cool. Kevin's reporting heard a werewolf cry out over there on Beloit Beach. Traveling G-Man's reporting it's clear from Thailand. Okay, when will it disappear? Well, again, I'm not an expert, but I'm assuming we're seeing the last bit of it, right? I'm assuming that is this the end of it? It said it would be over at like 10 o'clock. It's 8:29. Or is there going to be a low-flying aircraft? I don't think it made it into the frame. Or is there going to be more action after it goes back to being fully lit? Or is that it? It's over. I don't know. I don't know. But at the end of this night, I'm going to know exactly what it does. But I guess you would think that this is the end of it. I don't know. I'm not a moonologist, but maybe we have some moonologists in the chat. All right, so Gina says the blood moon is coming back to normal, to a normal moon. That's what I assume is happening. That it's just coming back to the normal moon. The shadow from the Earth is going away, is moving on, and that will be the end of the event. You know, somebody's asking, did it go fully red? You could see like more red, it seemed, on the video than I could see with the naked eye. But I'm looking up there after I'm looking at the screen. I got these glasses on. I take the glasses off. I look. I thought it would have been a lot more red, I guess. But you know, the distance and the perspective I'm seeing, it was almost like I saw more red in the video. Either way, it's too cool. I mean, it just reminds us, events like this, it reminds me of just how small we are in the universe. And again, call me crazy, but I think that moon was put there intentionally. I mean, come on, what's the odds of the 400 versus the 400 that we were talking about earlier? NASA calls it the luck of nature. Now I'm having to lean over, so let me move over here and take a look with the naked eye. And like right now, I just see light and dark. I just see light and dark. I don't see any more reddish tint with my eyes. But if I look at the video, you know, you seem to see a little bit of reds in there. But from my perspective, if I look at it from the naked eye, it's smaller than it is on my screen. That pretty much matches, other than I can see a little bit more detail in the light portion of the moon with the naked eye. But that's the challenge of what do you want to focus on. You want to focus on the light part with the exposure, set the exposure for the light part or the dark part. So right now I'm sort of looking at the dark part. And the reason I'm focusing on the dark part is that once the moon goes back to normal, I got all the time in the world to focus in on the light part. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm staying focused on the dark part. The light part is obviously blown out and just very bright. But once it gets back to full brightness, I'll go in there, adjust it where we can see more detail of the moon's surface. All right, back to the comments. Actually, I gotta go move it. That thing's just moving on. Every time I get settled down, I gotta go readjust the camera. Let's see, Auto Rock Tong checking in from Thailand. How are you? Danilo, thank you for checking in. Let's see, Marzi. Yeah, not at all red from when I look at it with the naked eye. Just light and dark areas. I don't know if any cow's gonna jump over the moon, but there were a couple of little flashing lights earlier. Probably just drones, but they look to be stationary. Thank you very much for subscribing, Danilo. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. Let's see. June LaRocos, thank you very much for checking in. Gloria, all right, and I got to get up and move the camera again. Okay, so everybody hold on. It's going to get shaky for just a second. I got to get a better video tripod. But this tripod that I'm using, I've had for years. It's a Champion. But for events like this, I do need a better video head to go on the tripod. But okay, so with the naked eye at this point, in the bright area I can see the detail, and in the dark area I can just see the outline. So now there's a shift on the lighting. It's probably a good time for me to lower the gain, maybe, because we're getting too bright. Or I could, let's take the f4 up to an f11. Okay, now how did that affect everything? Then we're to 18 dB. We bring that down to about a 12. Now can you see detail in the light part? Because with the naked eye, I can't see any more detail in the dark part. All I can see is the sort of like a ring. So I could try to crank it up and see if we can see the ring, but it's a give and take relationship with the exposure. Okay. All right, how about that? You can sort of see the outline there. Maybe I need to take the gain down one. But I mean, that's almost a representation. Let me take the gain down one. 18, let's go to 15. That's sort of what I'm seeing. I can see a little bit more. I think I need to go back up one. Just trying to match the naked eye. What I see with the naked eye was what, sort of like that. I can see more detail in the bright part, but that's sort of what you see. You can just see that outline. You can just see the outline. So I hope I'm not messing it up, but it's which one do you want to see? You want to see the dark part, you want to see the light part. But I'll be honest, I'm seeing more detail in the lighted part now. So I take it down to 18. Sort of like that. But I think I need to bring her down one more. Or we could try to add a level of ND and see if that takes the glare out. Okay, so pretty clear in the lighted part, but we cannot see, it's just a little bit of ring. So I'll jack it up 1 dB to 21. There's 24. Nah, that's just too much grain. It's a give and take. So we keep it at 18. Okay, so somebody let me know in the comments, how's that perspective? It's a little bit different than what we were looking at earlier. Let me go to your comments here. Okay, Traveling Man says 20 minutes left. Dennis, how are you? Checking in from New Jersey. Indonesia checking in. Kuya Steve says he can see the footprints now. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, basically the moon is returning to normal. Let me just take a look with the naked eye. Pretty much what you're seeing, but with the naked eye I can see the ring around it in the dark portion, but I can see the detail of the moon in the bright part. So I tell you what, just in the interest, I'll go back just for a second on the aperture. That's f11. That's back down to f4 right there. Now that's 18 on the gain. I'm going to take this down to 0, and I'm at an ND1. Okay, and now I'm going to take the ND off, and that's what you get. So you can see the bright part is obviously blown out, but you can see that ring around the dark portion. So like I said, everything on the exposure is a give and take, at least it is for me. I'm not an astrophysicist or an astrophotographer. Looks like we're coming up to the end of this event. 20 more minutes, I think somebody said. So there you go. And then I'm going to go ahead and since you can see that line, I'm going to go back and change the exposure again, where we can see the bright parts. Okay, bear with me for a second. Be shaking the camera just for a second. That's a f4. Okay, back up to an f11. Then I'm going to change the camera angle here. Just a second. Okay, so f11, 0 on the gain. And let's see how that looks on your screen. Oh, hit the power cord there. Okay, now she's starting to look like the moon again. Back to your comments, my friends. Yeah, it you know, it had a red tint to it, but I guess I'll have to go back and look at it, but it wasn't like as red as I thought it was going to be. I just had a perception of looking at photos and videos, and I thought it was going to be a lot more reddish, rusty color. Roxanne, how are you? Thanks for checking in. Hey Adam, I think everybody said it was very early in the morning. Okay, so let me go to the stats over here. How many folks? We've got 173 folks watching the stream. I want to thank y'all very much for checking in, for watching the lunar eclipse with us and blood moon here in the Philippines. Again, where am I broadcasting from? I'm just south of Angeles City. I call it the suburbs. The camera is pointed in about an 83 degree. Well, it was 83 degrees when I took the reading. I'm not exactly sure where we're at now. But yes, we've been streaming for 4 hours. Again, I was a little worried at first because it took a little bit longer to come up than last night. And I was thinking, oh man, this thing gonna show up on that side of the roof. I'm not gonna be able to see it. But no, I was right on the money for the most part. Okay, folks, can you hear me now? If you can hear me now, somebody let me know if you can hear me through this microphone. Okay, what about now? A little bit of delay, but I'm on this microphone on the camera. Can y'all hear me now? Somebody let me know. Okay, so thank you very much for letting me know that the audio went out. My receiver died. So while it's charging, I'm over here next to the camera just using the shotgun mic that's on the camera, so I can't see your comments right now. We just give that thing about 5 minutes to charge, and I'll go back to the wireless mics. That's the one when I tried to plug it in, it was buzzing. So note to self: always have one of my backup wireless mic systems ready to go. But right now I'm just standing over at the camera. Give that thing just a few minutes. So if you're just joining me, I want to thank you for joining us on this live stream. Basically, you're witnessing the very end of the eclipse. Probably 10 minutes now to be back to a full moon. But I'm broadcasting live from my balcony here in the Philippines, just on the south side of Angeles City. And it was pretty cool to watch this event. I want to thank y'all for joining in, for tuning in, sharing the moment with us. It's just an absolutely gorgeous night here in Angeles City. Just mostly clear. There's a few clouds, but I can see aircraft, I can see stars. It was just a perfect situation, and this is what I envisioned. Other than I thought the moon would be a lot more red than it was, this sort of worked out exactly like I thought. Had a great perspective from this balcony. You know, got to see the sunset before all this kicked off. All my equipment's working pretty good, other than I let the receiver run out of battery. But yeah, I want to say I appreciate y'all joining us. And if you don't mind, hit that thumbs up button, because it helps out with them Google squirrels who control everything about this YouTube game. And them squirrels, they like them thumbs ups. Alright, so everybody just hold what you got. I'm going to go ahead and adjust the camera one more time. So it's going to get a little bit shaky. I need a better video head on here, but this is what I got to work with. So we're just coming out of it. Probably about what, 5 more minutes you reckon? Somewhere in there. Alright, so let me take a look at the screen and your comments, but I'll have to come back over here to this microphone to talk. Hold on just a second, I'll be right back. Alright, so looks like we got a friend from India checking in. Vlad, how are you? Yeah, so just been a beautiful night. Just been a beautiful night. It's just you know, Big Pumpkin and the kids, at least they got to see it, but you know, it's their bedtime. Kids ready to you know, watch a little bit of TV and rack out. And Big Pumpkin, her main priority is getting to sleep too. But you know, like I said earlier, if this thing went off at 2 a.m. in the morning, I probably would have had every intention to watch it, but once I went to sleep, I probably would not have woke up. So even the timing was perfect. And I think in the past, that's why I miss these types of events. If it happens at 2 in the morning, who's going to set their alarm, wake up, and be sleepy for work? This worked out perfect for me. Alright, so F11 0 dB with the ND off. Let me come over and check the exposure. Okay, got Florida checking in. Thank y'all very much for joining us. I saw some comments. Y'all were talking about getting photos. Yeah, this, you know, like the photos I've seen of the blood moon, where, I mean, they just look, they take up the whole screen and just look spectacular. This wasn't exactly a perfect photo op. I don't know if it's just because of where we're at, but you know, all the photos I've seen, they take up the whole screen. You got people in the foreground. I'm sitting there listening to 80s music. Got a little rack going on now. So what do we got? 5 more minutes? Maybe 5 minutes? And again, as far as I know, once it comes back to a full moon, that's the end of the event, right? Earth's shadow is no longer blocking the moon. Now it's back to doing what it's got to do. And again, according to the research, the next lunar eclipse will be in about 3 years. I think it's on New Year's Eve, like 3 years from now. Something like that. And also, I'll ask all the ladies that come over tomorrow. So it'll be about 5 Filipinas in my kitchen. And I'm going to ask them the question about the superstition. You know, what their family superstitions are with the blood moon, with the lunar eclipse, with the moon in general. And I'm sure there'll be at least a dozen different superstitions. That'll be interesting and entertaining. So we'll see what they have to say tomorrow. Let me go back to the screen and check the exposure. Yeah, it still seems to be looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Again, F11, 0 on the gain. That's what NASA said to do. I think it was NASA where I got that from. Did some research. Just a few clouds just south of them or just below the moon. But I think for the most part, this whole event for us wasn't affected by the clouds. Again, I'm not a cloudologist, but it's just like luck of the draw. They just seem to miss the whole event. And like right now, what I'm seeing on my screen and what I'm seeing with my own eyes is just almost right on the money, almost identical. earlier in the footage, it seemed like what I was seeing on the screen had more red to it than what I was seeing through the naked eye. Big Pumpkin disagreed and said they looked very similar. But I thought there was a little bit more red tint to the video. But my eyes are a lot older, so maybe I should trust the younger set of eyes. Coming up to the end of this thing. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put that date on my calendar. Tomorrow I'm going to sit down and look at the date of the next lunar eclipse. There's a partial coming up in August, but now I want the full Monty. I'm going to look up the date of when the next one is going to be, and I'm going to put that on my calendar. I'm going to do the same thing in 3 years. Same bad channel, same bad time, just 3 years in the future. Same event. Where will I be in 3 years? Only the universe knows. But unless something happens to me, I'll be watching the lunar eclipse. Oh, women and wine, couldn't tell you what last night. Same old, same old. Get away. Listen to a little Poison on the box now. I'm gonna go up one level of ND and let me go check the screen. Alright, so we'll leave it at that setting. But I'm gonna have to adjust it one more time, I think. One more time, so bear with me. There we go right there. So probably by the time this thing gets to the top of your screen, that'll be the end of the lunar eclipse. At least for this year. Alright, maybe my little wireless mic is charged. Back to business. Okay, so I think I'm back in business on my wireless mic. So let me sit down here and read your comments. Hopefully the audio is back. The audio is back in action. Go back over to your comments here. Let's see. Somebody tell me how the audio is, if y'all don't mind. Audio is good, thank you very much. Jazz this. That thing lasted, what, 4 hours? I've had these things for years now. The battery still lasts like 4 hours. Let's see. Yeah, baby, can you see it? It's almost finished. Take a look right up there. Big Pumpkin. Did you put the babies to sleep?
Yeah.
They're both sleeping?
Yeah.
All right, now I get to spend some time with Big Pumpkin. She even come out here and put her hair down.
No, I just fixing.
Oh, you're just fixing your hair. You look beautiful, baby. Yeah, it's Just turned 9:04 p.m. Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026 for the record. Again, I was going to put the date and time stamp down there, but I didn't want to mess anything up. I did put myself up in the corner up there, but I'm making sure that I'm not blocking any of the moon action. Hey Ronald, how you doing? Come over here to the stats. 130 folks still with us for the end of this event here. It's just such a beautiful night. I tell you what, I know how to get rid of these mosquitoes, baby. What? You're going to sleep? Why would you go to sleep, baby? Huh? Got some mosquitoes, folks.
It's been 4 hours.
Oh yeah, that'll get rid of them mosquitoes. Okay, so all right, let's go over some stats. How long have we been live? Let's see. Audio is good. Let's see. I'll scroll down. Hey Kevin, how you doing, buddy? You can see the moon landing site.
My goodness, that's one is down here.
Fatima saying she hears the Aswan coming. That's right, Blab. Keep the mosquitoes away. But I'm just celebrating the moon, celebrating just this beautiful night. Just glad to be alive. Watching things like this, it just makes life, makes you appreciate life. Hey John, how you doing? Oh yeah, real nice. All right, so hopefully I got the exposure pretty good for everybody's got it up on a big screen. I'm excited about checking it out tomorrow myself. You know, again, I could have broadcast this in 4K. I have a box that I can broadcast 4K, but I can only use a single camera. So when I use different camera angles and set all this stuff up and hook it up to the laptop, it goes through a switcher and it will only output 1440, like 1080p. It won't do 4K, but I can do 4K if I'm only using one camera. I wanted to do it in 4K, but I said people probably are not going to watch the moon for 4 or 5 hours unless there's some narration going on. So it should upload to YouTube a little bit higher than 1080p. Yeah, it's almost finished, baby. Do you want to hold hands? You want to hold my hand for the last 5 minutes?
We're going to fly.
I'm not going to fly, just...
Hey, let's the Aswang do.
Well, baby, there's no Aswans. But what I'm saying, in 3 years, I'm going to put it on my calendar. The next one, I think, is New Year's Eve, 3 years from now, right? And we're going to do the same thing in 3 years. So where do you think we'll be in 3 years, baby? It could be in Hollywood in 3 years. I could be Malibu's most wanted. Oh yeah, ain't nothing like a good cigar, my friends. All right, so we're still doing good on the videography. Thank you, Marzi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's been a beautiful, beautiful show, John. Baby, what I told them tomorrow is when the ladies get here, I'll set the camera up and we'll see what their family's superstitions are about the eclipse, about full moons. The Aswang Lagay. What does that mean?
If the moon like that, that's what it's got.
Okay. Okay, if there's a moon like this, there's a strong Aswang coming, right? Is you sure it's not a weak Aswang? It's a strong one?
Oh, they're going to be strong.
It's got to be strong.
They're going to be strong.
Gonna be a strong Aswang. Okay, well, under what conditions do weak Aswangs show up? Huh?
Why you ask me? I don't know that about that.
Why am I asking you? Because you're Filipina. You've lived in the Philippines your whole life. Your family has millions of types of superstitions. We're just curious.
I don't care.
You know, Ate Mama said there's an Aswang at that one resort. Now we can't stay at that one resort. Huh?
I said ghost bullshit.
Oh, pardon me. It was a ghost. There's a ghost in this one resort. We can't stay there.
I don't want to stay there.
But I'm still curious as to how Ate Mama knows there's a ghost at that particular resort. How does she know? She's never stayed at that resort.
The cemetery, tala.
Because it's near a cemetery. Huh. I mean, what is it? A ghost like swimming in their pool at night? What?
Yeah. Almost finished now.
Folks, if you're just joining me, you're catching the tail end of the lunar eclipse. Been broadcasting live from Angeles City here in the Philippines. It's March 3rd,
How did
2026,
you know that,
Tuesday,
lunar eclipse today?
9:12 p.m.
Shh, Marquitas, how did you know that?
I don't even remember. It must have popped up or somebody left a comment. A lot of times I know about things like this from you, the viewer, leaving a comment or sending me an email, and I have no idea. You know, y'all will mention something about it. I go in there and Google it.
Yesterday you just said, yeah, lunar eclipse tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't remember if I saw an article or somebody left a comment. I don't know who to thank. Maybe it just popped up in my feed. There's several videos here where I've got footage of the moon in the past, and that moon fills up the whole screen.
This is my first time that I
This
saw
one fills up this much of the screen, but I've got moon footage where it was huge. Same camera, same zoom level. It's just the moon was right there in my face.
Almost finished now.
All right, be right back, folks. I got to move the camera. Probably for the last time. I said that before. This will probably be the last one. Yeah, it's coming back to normal.
Going to sleep now.
It's not time to go to sleep, baby. Got plenty of time to sleep when I'm dead. I'm just getting started, baby.
You don't have coffee?
I already drank the coffee.
That's
But I got a Jack and Coke in a can in the refrigerator.
That's my coffee.
And a San Mig Light. I got one San Mig Light and one Jack and Coke in a can in the ref. Been there, left over from some guests that were here months ago. Staring me in the face.
I already threw away.
Mm-mm.
It said expire already.
Baby, Jack and Coke ain't gonna expire.
No, it's already expired.
I don't care, just leave it in there.
2025.
So Big Pumpkin says my Jack and Coke in the can in the ref is expired.
Oh, I already throw lagi the other day.
Why?
It's already expired. You said all the expired going to trash.
I said put all the expired food, not my Jack Daniels.
No, too late.
Baby, I hope you're joking. My gosh.
Did I look joke? Did I say joke?
Well, I'm gonna throw out a pair of your shoes then. When I decided to go back to drinking, I was gonna drink that.
Look, it's almost the truth.
Yeah, folks, if you're just joining us, you're witnessing the last few minutes of the lunar eclipse of March 3rd, 2026. It's about 9:15 p.m. right now here in the Philippines. That's local Philippine time. It's just been a beautiful, beautiful evening, a beautiful event. If the footage wasn't perfect, I'll just have to fire the videographer and the cinematographer. I'll fire them both. And if anybody says they're not perfect, you just give me a great excuse. I have to buy a new camera, Big Pumpkin. I think the footage was okay. And again, the camera is zoomed all the way in. That's as far as it goes with the optical zoom. If I made it any bigger, it would just be digital zoom, which is just pixelating things. Honey, how many... Just because the dog is barking doesn't mean there's a strong Aswang coming. My Thai wife was the same way. You hear the street dogs, the soy dogs barking, it was ghosts. I'm just interested in seeing the strong Aswang versus the weak Aswang. I gotta find a place to ash where I don't drop ashes on my equipment down there. Baby, you cannot go to sleep. I'm gonna tell you why. Number one, the moon is not finished yet. Okay? The moon is not finished, baby. Number two, you gotta break down all this technical equipment. I'm the talent, baby. I gotta wake up the same time you do. But somebody's gotta break down all this equipment. What I can do. I'm the talent here. I'm the star. Yeah, great idea. Just leave all this equipment out in the elements. Alright, got Barry Rock checking in from Hua Hin, Thailand. How are you, my friend?
Look, that's one they're flying.
Where's the Aswang? Show me the Aswang.
Good night, Daddy.
Baby. Listen, do you think I was joking when I said I need some help breaking down all this equipment?
Wake up, man. Wake up,
Baby, just we're almost.
My eyes going down.
Your eyes aren't going down.
Just
Baby,
wake
look
up
at that
me.
beautiful moon.
Wake up, man. Just wake up me when you finish.
Okay, I just woke you up. Wake up, baby. I'm almost finished. Wake up, baby. That'll be the end of her, my friends. She'll go in there and go to sleep. You couldn't tow her out of bed with a winch. Okay, so got another aircraft. Now this will be cool if it flies over. It's headed almost in a beeline. So everybody pay attention. Here comes an aircraft flying over. Is it going to be in perspective? If it is, it's going to be pretty cool. Because the bottom lights on the bottom look like crosses. Did it make it in the frame?
Wake up, man.
No, it didn't make it. I should have got up, but...
Wake up, man.
Oh. Baby. Yeah, I should have got up and captured that aircraft. Maybe it'll turn around and come back. So Big Pumpkin is trying to go to bed. It says, wake me up. But once she lays down, there's no waking her up. What I should do is stay out here all night. And then when she wakes up in the morning, be like, hey, can you get that equipment and bring it inside? Tennessee Lee, how are you, my friend? Checking in from Tennessee. Singapore Dan. Yeah, man, that's what I'm filming on, this old Sony. Almost finished, it looks like. What y'all think? Back to normal? And the question is there anything else? Is there anything else that's going to happen now that we're pretty much almost back to normal? I guess there's a little bit of shading over there. Is there anything else out of the ordinary that's going to happen to the moon at this point? That's the question. Tell her it's tenderoni time. Yeah, I don't know why she's in there. Why she can just roll in there and go to bed. But that's a Filipina for you. When they get ready to sleep or eat, it don't matter what else is going on. It don't matter that I got to carry all this stuff in, and I'm not complaining. Look, I love this. I love what I do. I'm not complaining, I'm just telling you. She knows I got to carry all this stuff in, put a bunch of stuff away, charge batteries and all that. Sleep, that's the only thing on her mind. And it's the same way if she's hungry. I joke about this, but it's not really a joke. Never hire a crew of Filipinas to pour concrete. You don't want to hire a Filipina concrete crew. Because halfway through the pour, if they get hungry, they'll just walk off the job site and go eat. And they'll come back after they eat and figure it out from there. I mean, you think I'm joking, but I'm not. All right, so are we all in agreement that the moon is back to normal? That we successfully made it through the lunar eclipse without any Oswald showing up? Now, one thing that we didn't see, again, that I saw last night, it was in the footage. And again, I had like an hour-long video, and I said, no, I'm just gonna put a 2-3 minute trailer out there announcing this live stream. But it was so cool last night because the bats were flying in front of the moon. It was just some awesome footage. Maybe I'll put that at the end of the next video if I can search through it and find the bats. It was beautiful. Okay, so let's go to the comments. Hello Arlene, how are you? Thanks for joining us. Okay. Yeah, so unless anybody... Alright, so Marzi saying it's almost back to normal now. Yeah, I'm in agreement. Let me go over here and shift it one last time. I'll shift it one last time, and then that might be the end of this hangout. There we go. Let's see, was I got the ND? I got ND1 on. Let's see, I'll just show you the difference. If I take the ND filter off, it's very bright, and that's at an F11. So you have to add some ND to a full moon. And what ND is, it's neutral density. It's a filter, sort of like sunglasses for your camera. And if I crank it up more, it darkens the image, but you can see more detail at times. And then I'll crank it up to the last bit of ND, and that's really too dark. So I don't know what y'all think. Really, the ND1 works pretty well if I've got it at the F11, which means it lets in the least amount of light. There we go. Yeah, it looks like it's back to normal to me. Looks like it came through it. The moon came through this event unscathed. Dan and Jonah in Korea, how are you? Rod Squad, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, these internal ND filters on that camcorder are worth their weight in gold. With my FX3, you have to screw it on. It doesn't have internal NDs, and I use those ND filters every time I pick up that camera. It's just like so much. Once you start using them and know how to use them, the internal, just those 3 little settings, all you need. And then putting the filter on the FX3, it's just a pain in the butt. Mosquitoes ain't bothering me as much now. Let's see. Yeah, thanks Maximus. If y'all don't mind, folks, hit that thumbs up button for us. I'm showing 307 thumbs ups. Man, broke the 300 thumbs ups barrier. Them Google squirrels are gonna be so happy. They'll recommend the thumbnail to more people. We'll get more views. If the Google squirrels aren't happy, they don't show your thumbnail to anybody. It's equivalent, if you wrote a book, it's the equivalent of the bookstore putting your wonderful book back in the stock room and never putting it on the shelf. I mean, we judge books by their cover, but you can't even do that if the book is back in the stock room. So we certainly appreciate the thumbs up. There's 312. And YouTube don't show the thumbs downs again, but this software does. I got 5 thumbs downs, 312 thumbs ups, and I appreciate all of them. 317 clicks, I certainly appreciate it. Stream's been running for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I think I'll shut her down right at 5 hours. We'll give her 15 more minutes just to make sure there's not any last minute, you know, the moon dances over here, you know, a UFO shows up, and I shut the stream down too long, too soon. So be curious to check tomorrow and check other folks' footage of the moon, people who actually know what they're doing with the astrophotography and videography. But I mean, I'll say this, to film the moon, you have to have some type of ND filter. at least on my camera systems. Shout out to my buddy Josh, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well over there, my friend. Thank you very much for the cigars. Certainly appreciate you. Yeah, I think the 5 thumbs down, I agree with you, Jazz. The 5 thumbs downs happen from my female viewers when I put my shirt on. Y'all think I'm kidding? I get comments, emails, please do your cooking shows with your shirt off. That's why I watch. No problem. So yeah, them 5 thumbs down were probably the ladies getting upset when I put my shirt on and they tuned out. I mean, it's not easy being the sexiest grill man alive, according to People magazine. This cigar gets rid of the mosquitoes. Not that we have many here. I mean, we live in this wonderful neighborhood, but we got a colony of bats that comes through, help with the bug population. Up here on this balcony, you know, if you just get one floor up, but we do still have a few. But my cigar runs them out of here. Hey Juvie, how you doing? Hey Robbie. Let's see, Obadiah and Phoenix, how you doing? Thank you for the thumbs up. So yeah, 4 hours 48 minutes. So folks, I'll shut her down at the 5-hour mark. So if there's any more last comments or questions or concerns, I hope the video quality hope it worked for you. I always do my best, but like I say, old Steven Spielberg here, boom, Albert Lockhart coming off the top rope to the octagon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my friend. Let's add that to broadcast. I don't think we're going to block the moon at this point. Matter of fact, I got to go back and thank a few more folks. Thank you very much. I got that thing where it does a front flip in, does a back flip out, does some gymnastics. So thank you very much, Albert. I got to go back and put a couple more up there. I didn't put before because I was afraid I was going to block the moon. So there you go, Barney. Thank you very much, Barney. Yep, got the settings all straight where they fly in, they fly out on their own now. Well, they were doing it before and I unchecked the box. Maybe I should go live one time with my cell phone and just put my cell phone and just show you what it takes to set up all this with the multicam shoot. It's a damn miracle that I pull it off. You know, young folks, they can do this. They know all this technical stuff. For me, it's a small miracle. All right, so thanks again, Barney. Because there's so many points of failure that I plug one thing in wrong, I hit one check box, it's all messed up. But that's what this game's about. You know, if you don't have that background, it's just about trial and error. You just do it. Things will go wrong. They always do. And then you do a little after action review in your head when it's over and try to not do that the next time. All right. Thank you very much, Fisher Lord. Thank you very much for tuning in. I talk about this too, you know, if you're thinking about starting YouTube, what have you. And the difference between filming versus a live stream is that the okay, let's see, where was I at? Did I just do, let's put Guillermo back up there. Thank you very much, Guillermo Tobar 777. Thank you very much. Moon shapes our tides and stabilizes our world. Yeah, check out that movie Moonfall. Definitely check out that movie Moonfall. What a great movie. And you can call me crazy, but I think that movie could possibly have a lot of truth to it. NASA's the one who crashed their own spacecraft into the moon when they set up those sensors, and the moon rang like a bell for hours. I didn't make that up. That's what NASA said. Okay, why did it ring like a bell? Well, it'll indicate that it's hollow. Just watch that movie Moonfall. And then the question remains that if we did go to the moon in 1969, why didn't we go back? Just things that make you go, So shout out to King Louis Cabo. Gonna be in Patia in late April. It's about time for me to go fire up my iron horse, affectionately known as the Bad Dream. Alright, let's go up one here. Let's see, shout out to Robert. Thank you very much again, Robert. Certainly appreciate it. Oh, I was talking about filming, the difference between filming or a live stream. Well, the filming part is fun. You know, you go out, you do an adventure, whatever, you go camping, you come back with all this footage. Then you got to sit down and edit. So it's like your fun is at the front, and then when you come back, it's time to buckle down. But with a live stream, other than putting your equipment away, the minute the live stream is over, you just put your equipment away, and you know, there's a couple things you can tighten up, but you don't have 3-4 days of editing ahead of you. You know, I just went live for 5 hours, and when I put this equipment away, I can take a shower and go snuggle with Big Pumpkin. Let's see, add the broadcast here. Mayor Land, thank you very much. Thank you very much for tuning into the show, to the broadcast. Boom! Chuck Smash 1 off the top ropes of the octagon. Thank you very much. Coca-Cola money for Big Pumpkin and the kids. Man, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. So let's see, come down and add that to broadcast. Look at that. Hope you're doing well, Chuck Smash. Now look at there. I've done talked and talked and talked, and I let the moon almost go out of frame. Should I go adjust it one more time? Or we in all of us in agreement that the moon has done what it's going to do? There we go. So now I put myself back up on the big screen. Got these old man glasses on. But like I've said before, if you haven't heard the story, I was down in Luna Beach. My buddy Dan, shout out to you, buddy. And Dan saw me struggling to read the menu. It's a paper menu. And we're in this restaurant right there, Luna Beach. I'm trying to look. I can't see shit. I ain't gonna lie. I was struggling to see the screen, making the text bigger. He's just like looking at me. He takes his reading glasses off and he's like, "You want to try these?" I'm like, hell no, man, get that shit away from me. He said, man, if you put them on once, you can never go back. He said, I can tell you need them. You want them? Hell no. Well, not too long after that, I did have to break down and get me a pair of reading glasses. And I put them things on, just like now, like, holy man, I can see, said the blind man. I was basically blind to reading. Now look, I can see 500 meters down the road like an eagle, like a hawk. But to see this screen or read a book, I need these guys. My old man glasses. Man's got to know his limitations. So I'm still in the game. I'm still good. But I gotta have these to read the comments coming across. It is what it is. It's part of getting old. Sounds like a car alarm going off over there. Hey, Hoss and Pepper, how are you? Okay, so check the comments. Just a few more minutes, folks, and old single dad's gonna sign off. I mean, that moon's just right there. It's like so bright now. It's like so bright now with the naked eye. It's like I need to put my sunglasses on. It's like I need ND filters for my eyes. It's just so bright right now. Moon's beautiful. That's probably why. Look, she is sleepy and she does want to go to sleep. It's 9:41 p.m. here in the Philippines, right? She does want to go to sleep. But Kuya Steve, what you just said is probably a big portion of the reason that she wanted to roll out. Okay, number one, she's sleepy, but number two, she ain't taking a chance that big strong Aswang is coming down after this lunar eclipse. She's not going to take a chance. So that's probably her main motivation for rolling out. You can't make this stuff up. Hey Juvie, how we doing? All right, folks. Let me check my time. I said I'm going to run it till 5 hours. It's 4 hours, 59 minutes and 7 seconds. Damn, I think I'm a little bit out of focus. I locked it at a F2 and it's a very shallow depth of field. I think I'm all right though. All right, so 30 more seconds and I'm out of here. Thank y'all very much for joining me. 321 thumbs up, 5s down. Let's see, Kivalu Kevin, if I said that right, how are you? Let's see, Dusty Sachs, how are you? As Haas says, what about the Baclas? Did they ask for your shirt to be off too? I'm sure they enjoy the view too. Like I said, it's hard being People Magazine's sexiest girl man alive. Now look, if People starts that up, they sell a million magazines. You know what I mean? They got the sexiest man alive stuff going on, but if they change that to the sexiest girl man alive, it'll be 10 times as popular. 10 times, but it'd be 100 times as popular. Maybe somebody already did it. I don't know. Maybe that's part of somebody's magazine already. Got to go back to drinking beer. Jazz this, you have a great night as well. Yeah, I hope y'all are at least entertained, enjoyed hanging out with y'all. A lot of these live streams, I think, is more about just hanging out. Everybody just hanging out together. And I know a lot of y'all miss my drinking. It's sort of like sitting on a bar stool next to each other. You're sitting there in your easy chair having a drink. I'll sit here and mix up a drink. Coming up on, I'll talk about this and then close her out. You know, coming up on 2 years with no booze. Coming up on 2 years with no booze, and obviously I feel a lot better. Lost a ton of weight, back into shape. I mean, I've always smoked cigars. I ain't gonna give that up. Why? 'Cause it makes me happy. And there's a video you should watch, an interview with Mr. Overton. And I can't remember what the name of it is, but if you search 100-year-old advice, Mr. Overton, at the time he was 100 years old, 100 and something, and they interviewed him. He lived by himself, still drove his old Ford pickup truck wherever he needed to go, had a girlfriend, went to church, picked his girlfriend up. They asked this dude, this gentleman, they asked him about some of his secrets, and he said somebody smokes like, I don't know, 6 cigars a day. He was sitting there lighting up a cigar on the stove while they're interviewing him. He's smoking a cigar. He said every day he smokes 6, 7 cigars, eats ice cream 3, 4 times a day, every chance he gets. And they said, well, why you do that? And he said, because it makes me happy. No apologies, not worried about the effects of cigar smoke or eating too much ice cream. The simplistic answer was, because it makes me happy. That's coming from a man who's 100 and something years old, still driving himself around, passed his driver's exam, got a girlfriend, lives by himself. How can you argue with that? You know what I mean? Yeah, George Burns lived to be 100, smoking cigars every day. But if you want to watch a very motivational video, I can't remember it. I just remember his name was Mr. Overton. Very inspirational, but no apologies. I smoke cigars every day, eat ice cream, because it makes me happy. Yes, yep, he's a black gentleman from the U.S., World War II vet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and the thumbnail, I think the thumbnail's got him sitting there like this with his hat on, with his unit from World War II, and he's sitting there smoking a cigar. King's Elbow checking in from Tehran. What's going on over there, man? Give us a boots on the ground report. Folks, my heart goes out to everybody over there in the Middle East. I got friends over there. What else do you say? What can you say? This world has become even more. The word I heard in a speech a few years ago was this confusing world, and it was the principal talking. The principal at the time talking to the graduation ceremony, just talking about how the children these days are growing up in a very confusing world. It is very confusing now. I sit there, me and my buddy were talking about, you know, we quit drinking. And you have this stuff go down in Iran. You sit there and you question, why'd I quit drinking? It's like on that movie with, who is it, Nicolas Cage, The Lord of War. He's up in the room with those two beautiful chicks, but he, you know, don't have a condom, whatever. He's scared of getting HIV or what have you. And the chick's like, why are you so scared of something that will kill you in 30 years when there are so many things that can kill you today? And they had a good point. How many people worry their entire life about the retirement 401k? They retire on Friday, they're dead on Sunday. Especially government workers. Man, you sit here and tell story after story about people I know of that's happened to. And I'm sitting here depriving myself of Jack Daniels, good beer. You know, luckily for me, I don't have any addictions. I like to party, but I can turn it on, turn it off when I want to. And I'm very thankful that that's who I am. A lot of people say, oh, you're nothing but an alcoholic, you're recovering. Look, you don't get to make up terminology and that's the gospel, right? A lot of people live by those terms and birthdays and all this stuff. Okay, I get it. But you don't get to impose it on me. I don't accept that. I like to party, period. Always been a beer drinker, don't apologize to nobody. I turn it on, turn it off when I want to. But I realize that a lot of people, they don't have that luxury. I can only speak from personal experience. I can turn it on, turn it off when I want to. And I've turned it off almost 2 years now. And this crap breaks out in Iran. And then I think back and I put things back in perspective. I'm like, why in the hell am I not sitting here right now with that Jack and Coke in that can over ice? I love the taste of Jack Daniels. So I go out here tomorrow, cross the road, get run over by a jeepney. And then I'm going to be sitting there scratching my head saying, damn, for the last 2 years of my life, I did not enjoy Jack Daniels or beer. What sense does that make? I've said several times, if somebody showed up with some Miller Lite, I would have to drink it. My buddy Josh said he almost showed up with some Miller Lite, but he said he wasn't going to do it to me. Wasn't going to be responsible. And I said, yep. If you'd have shown up with that Miller Lite, I'm drinking it. So he did not, because he didn't want to, I guess, be responsible for corrupting me, but I don't need nobody to corrupt me. I'm quite capable of corrupting myself. But with Miller Lite, it's about the taste, because all the beers, most of the beers that I tasted going back to America, they change, but Miller Lite was the exact match taste. It's like they didn't mess with the recipe. It just took me back to years ago. Yep, that's exactly Miller Lite. Where Bud Light's changed their recipe so many times and watered it down so much, it don't taste like Bud Light anymore. It doesn't take me back. When I drink those Bud Light, it did not take me back to, you know, the Crystal Chandelier, or then it became Cowboys, or even Wild Bills. So it changed so much, it didn't take me back to those times. But when I sat there and drank that Miller Lite, boom, it was like I was 21 years old, two-stepping, you know, after drinking a Miller Lite. So knock on wood that they don't change that recipe up. But if somebody showed up with a Miller Lite, I don't know if I could turn that down. I'm not prepared to turn that down. I wouldn't want to turn that down. I'd have to drink it. And again, Jack Daniels, it's the taste. My goodness, it's delicious. But it seems like the world, and I'm not making this up, I mean, it's common knowledge, people aren't partying like they used to. They don't go out, they don't chase women in the clubs like they used to. Younger generation, they're not drinking like my generation did and does. I was watching this documentary and read some stuff how all these craft beer places are closing down. You know, it was like the shift went from people drinking Bud Light to everybody went to the craft beer. Okay, I get it. It's just, you know, craft beer's quality. But now the craft breweries are closing down. It's just people aren't drinking, period. And then, yeah, celebrate 2 years with a bar hop. How about a full-fledged week-long Thunder Run? You know what I mean? Party like it's 1999, absolutely. But yeah, people aren't they're not drinking craft beer. And this one thing that I watched, the guy who owned the little craft beer brewery, who was having to close down because of lack of sales, he admitted, he said, I quit drinking myself. He said, I get it. He said, I quit drinking 2 years ago myself. And so, where's it going? I saw something about Jim Beam was shutting down production for a while. I don't know what all that was about. They got too much inventory. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it don't sound good. Yeah, dudes these days, they're not like our generation. I mean, our generation grew up, what was the main focus? You worked all week or you had some money to get dudded up on Friday night, Saturday night, and go out and chase women. Pre-game in the parking lot with a case of natural light and then roll up in there, high-stepping, ready to strike. That's what it was about. It was about chasing women. That was the main focus. Everything else just were supporting that mission. Go out, chase women. New F Cracky, how you doing, my friend? Okay, $100 worth of beer at a bar might get you a little buzz these days. That's a huge difference too. When I was there in 2020 at Tootsie's in Nashville, me and my old man were there. Well, check out the video. Great band. I listen to that all the time. But I think I said Jack and Cokes were, what did I say, $14 or was it $17? I think it was $14, if I remember correctly. And then you go back to when I was partying at the Crystal Chandelier or even Cowboys, beer was $2.50. I could roll up in there with a $10 bill. I could roll up in there with $10, you know, drink 3 beers, maybe say 12 if I left a tip. And that $10, those 4 beers, I rolled out of there with some chick. Spent $10. I mean, and then somebody was coming home with me. Boom! Off the top ropes. Dennis Skeens, thank you very much. Let me add that to the broadcast here. Gymnastics. Front flip on the way in, then a back tuck on the way out. Thanks for being you. Thank you very much for joining me, my friend. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it. Now, speaking about being me, you know, since I quit drinking, a lot of people say, hey, they want the old Marcos back. That's why you watch me. I get it. I mean, it's like my buddy Eric always said, no good story ever started out with somebody eating a salad. It always starts out with, you know, drinking and coming up with crazy ideas and thinking that something crazy is a great idea, and it's not, but those are the memories and the adventures. Since I quit drinking, I mean, you know, it's a different lifestyle, but do I have any epic adventure stories to tell over the past 2 years? I've had some good times, but there's really no epic adventure stories, because no good stories starts out with somebody eating a salad. It just don't. Once I hit the 2-year mark, then I'll evaluate. Maybe when we get to the next spot. This place out of here, suburban lifestyle training for everybody is over. They spent a year up here in the suburbs. You know, different atmosphere around rich folks. So they've got this experience out of the way. Now it's time to get back to something more rustic. Back to the beach. Back to a slower way of life. And maybe it's time for an old single dad to go back to drinking beer. At least some red wine. I mean, there's science behind people drinking red wine. Lowers your blood pressure. People are living longer. There's some science out there that supports red wine being good for you. Why wouldn't I drink some red wine? My buddy's dad drinks a bottle of red wine a night. He's got like 4 girlfriends. He's in his 70s. Parties like a damn rock star. He ain't got no problems. Mid-70s, why would you care anyhow? But a bottle of red wine every night seems to be doing him some justice. He's the same one that always quotes that saying, even if you get on the phone with him, like, hey man, we'll come down there and chase some women with you, man. He said, man, you know, family and friends are like fish. They're okay to lay around for a couple days, but then they start to stink. So you can come down and visit for a couple days. I'm not hooking you up with my women. He's cool as hell, but drinks a bottle of red wine every night. He's a champion. Go back to the comments here. All right, so well, thank you very much, Dennis. That's what I need to do. Just go out, get me a bottle of Jack, put it on the shelf, have it ready to go. Have it in the tubes, but not flooded. The doors aren't open yet, but it's in the tubes. Yeah, you know, back in the day, get them cheap draft beers. And see, again, that's what I'm missing a lot in my perspective. My perspective is from 15 years ago in America, and America's changed. I'm a decade and a half caveman. I really don't know the culture. I was there briefly. Saw a sampling of the prices and what's going on. Yeah, so when you say $100 worth of beer at a bar, yeah, I mean, think about that. Me and my dad sit down at Tootsie's. Yeah, give us 2 Jack and Cokes. All right, it's $28. What? Are you kidding me? Then you're expected to throw down a tip. You leave 5 and they look at you like you're cheap. So 28 plus, just say $35 for two drinks. So you're right, 3 drinks, that's just that's just starting to get in the mood, and you dropped $100. Yeah. Okay, well, that's one of the reasons why people ain't drinking no more. They can't afford it. All right, so Dennis says this April will be 1 year I quit drinking. I think April's when I quit, but I'm coming up on 2 years. I'm feeling that it's coming time for a cold beer soon. Yeah. I'm going to make it the 2 year mark, just, I don't know, because it's a nice round number. But when we get to the next place, I'll reevaluate my situation, especially if somebody shows up with some Miller Lite in their suitcase. Let's see, James Miller, how you doing, my friend? Let's see, what's my thoughts about the decision our wonderful president made a few days ago? Good move or bad decision? I ask respectfully. I look at the big picture from simplicity. And what we all agree, we fight over oil, which is a resource that at some point is going to run out. We do not want, whatever country you're in, you don't want to be the last person standing, or you want to be the last person standing with oil, with energy. You don't want to be the first guy to run out, certainly. And you don't want your enemies to have that advantage over you when it comes to oil, when it comes to energy. So I've said many times, and I'll maintain, that the world's enemy is the Chinese Communist Party. So, with that said, why are we going to Venezuela? Why do we go to Venezuela? Because it's the world's largest deposit of oil. It's about the oil. What's number 4? It's Iran. Look at the list. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm just a dumb redneck from a dirt road in the backwoods of Mississippi. But I can put a puzzle together. I can play chess. I'm not great at it, but I understand the game. I've won a few games. Hell, I played Calamansi in a game of chess and she beat me first couple games. But I can put a puzzle together. And it boils down to, you don't want the CCP controlling any of these key oil fields or the Panama Canal or the South China Sea. So you have to go to these places to deny access and control to the CCP. So these decisions aren't pretty. Innocent people lose their lives, lose their homes. There's nothing pretty about it. But if you look at it from a big picture, who would you rather be? Who would you rather have in control of the oil, the U.S. or the CCP? Everything's about the oil. We didn't go to Venezuela because of drugs. Why didn't we go to Colombia? We went there because of the oil. So it's a very difficult question to answer. But if you put it together, big picture, simplicity, you don't want your enemies to have control over those oil fields. So do I think it's about terrorism? No, it's about oil. Is Venezuela about drugs? No, it's about oil. So yeah, my heart goes out to everybody over there. the Iranian people, everybody in the Middle East. But when you're looking at a 100-year planning horizon, 200 years, what are you going to do? We screwed around and let China get to where they're at. Look what they're doing out here in the West Philippine Sea. So, I don't know. I don't know if I answered your question, brother, or if I pulled a politician. You know, politicians never answer the question that they're asked. They answer the question that they wish they were asked. So it's a difficult decision. But if you look at it from that simplicity, there's your answer. I got kids, grandkids. Do I want the CCP to be in control of those oil fields and be more powerful than they are now? I sure do not. I don't. So I don't think this has anything to do. This doesn't have anything to do with Venezuela and drugs or Iran and terrorism. No, this is about oil, and specifically denying the CCP access to it. If there were no CCP, then it might be a different answer to the question. But would it really? So, I hope I answered the question. I mean, it's sort of like the Titanic, right? We're gonna watch a movie, The Titanic. They load up the lifeboat, they go out, there's all these people in the water. You got the woman on the boat saying, go back, and the guy's like, hey, if we go back, they're gonna jump in the boat, sink us, and kill us all. Tough decision had to be made. The captain of that lifeboat said, we ain't going back. So, I mean, life's about hard decisions, right? It's not easy running a kingdom or a country, or saying, you know, where are our kids and grandkids going to be in 100 years if we don't make hard decisions now. So, folks, 90 folks here now. I think I'm starting to lose my voice, so I'm going to go ahead and shut her down. I appreciate the conversation. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And we'll see you on the next one. Maybe in the morning, if I'm feeling froggy, I'll just set my equipment up. If the Sirak girls are up for another live stream, go live in the morning. And I'll ask them the question about the Oswongs and the moon. And that moon is like right there, and it's so bright. It's just so bright right now. And that same aircraft, looks like the same aircraft going back that way. Alright folks, I'm going to shut her down. As soon as I find the end broadcast, I'll say thanks again. Y'all have a good one. You know, as long as we're all alive and well, it's a wonderful day. And I certainly appreciate it if the Lord will bless me with tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a good day as well. I'll see y'all on the next one, folks. I'm out of here. Peace out. Y'all have a good one.